Ah, there it is.
Okay.
Oh gosh, this is gonna be fun.
Is there a way to look at both screens? Or do we not want to see it on Facebook Live while it's happening?
I know
we
I
don't-
don't. That was a disaster yesterday. I couldn't
Okay.
quit laughing.
I
Yeah.
have it. I have two big computers, so I don't know if that's gonna work.
That's what I've got, Drew's laptop and my laptop. Hopefully the batteries hold. We have 13 participants so far here. And so I do see a button for the ones that I've made host or co-host. It does say where we can mute all. So if we need to, and then unmute as we go if necessary. So I do say we ask everyone in the beginning to mute themselves, and then I think the people that are speaking, their screens should light up as they talk, something like that.
Right.
Okay.
Let's see, how do I turn my video off?
Willie's coming on.
Everyone.
It's Caitlin and Willie.
Oh, good. Yay, Judy's on without the background.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I got rid of it last time, but I wasn't sure.
Okay, good. It was really weird to watch your glasses floating.
I don't know. Got it on, so I don't really know how I got it off. Yeah, I don't know. I think I got rid of it last time, but I wasn't sure.
Okay, good. It was really weird to watch your glasses floating.
I don't know. Got it on, so I don't really know how. What is that? A 7-minute delay, 7-second delay or something?
I think that's because Sandy has Facebook on her other computer. It's a
Oh, it does-
delay between the presentation and Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I went to, I'm printing it up, but I think I used up all my blue ink.
I used up all my ink, so hopefully, I don't have it printed out either.
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna put it on my phone.
So should I take it off of Facebook Live?
I think
Probably.
so.
All right, I'm going.
Or else mute it.
Well, it
You're
doesn't.
unmuted?
It is muted.
Oh, okay. Well, we can hear it though.
Okay, I took it off.
Okay.
So where is everybody else on this that I don't see? No, it's just.
Now you can.
You always see who's talking, I think. But if you just go
No.
to the
Up-
Zoom.
Up in the top right-hand corner, Judy, you'll see a thing that looks like a bunch of squares. It's called a gallery view. And then you'll be able to see more.
Participants?
Yes. And then you can click on participants to see everybody that's on.
So I don't think you can do that while you're screen sharing.
I know I can.
No, but I don't think we can either. I think it's only gonna let us see who's talking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how that one works.
Hmm. Hmm.
Is there any delay now? I don't think my lips are matched. So I'm really just on the Zoom. Are you too, Megan?
I'm just on Zoom.
Okay,
Yeah, me too.
I don't want to make it too complicated for myself.
me neither now.
I'm back.
Oh, good. So do we still have Wim? I don't know who, I can't see who all's in.
So you guys on yours cannot click on participants and see everybody? Because
I can see everybody on the
Yeah.
side. You just have to scroll down. There's more, there's
yeah.
a lot of
Okay.
people, you know.
I see
So
now.
right now we have 19.
Yeah.
I'm on an iPad. I got one little picture in the bottom right.
Well,
Right now,
hit the corner and it'll, well, who knows? Everybody's is different.
oh, there you go. Yeah, I got more people now. Yeah.
We have 13 watching on Facebook.
At this moment.
Okay.
Well, we have a few more minutes and then we'll start.
Oh, good. We're not behind.
No,
Wow.
we're not.
I
have
really
that
didn't
it's-
think we'd be set up that easily.
It's 10:58, I think, so
Yeah.
we'll give it a few more minutes.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey,
Good
Figon.
morning.
Good afternoon for me.
Yeah. for sure.
I don't see Hank
morning,
yet.
guys.
Morning, Liz.
Hey, Liz.
Good morning.
Hi,
From
Bart.
home.
Bart.
Hey,
Bart's here?
Yep.
Oh,
You gotta show your picture, Bart.
sorry,
You have to show your video.
you can see me?
No.
There
There
he
you
Maybe the,
are. Okay.
now
There you
better?
are.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right. Hank's not on yet. I sent it to him in WhatsApp. He was not getting my emails.
no, I also send it to him, to his other mail, his Hotmail.
Oh, okay. I don't think I have that one. All right. Hank's not on yet.
Maybe he went to the barber because it's allowed for a few days in Holland now.
Oh, okay, so
He
you're
went
taking
to the
advantage.
bar.
To his other mail,
I've been there already. It was too long.
You know, that's what horse clippers are for.
Maybe he
Yeah.
was- True, but I didn't want to take the risk. I've been there already. It was too long.
Uh-oh, we got echoes.
Yes,
You know, that's what horse clippers are for.
Yeah.
True, but
everybody will probably have to mute, so we don't
Yeah.
get that. We don't have to do it yet,
Well,
but
I'll
when
mute.
when we start the meeting, we'll probably have to mute.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have 24 people and it's just 11 o'clock now.
And no Henk.
And no Hank.
So do you want to give it a few more minutes?
Yeah.
This is so strange to be doing this with
I
live.
know.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness.
I have way too much technology in front of me. Two computers and a phone is more than I can handle.
Do we wait till Hank gets on or when do you want to start, guys?
Well, he's got a major presentation, but we have a few things first, so. I
Right,
don't know.
right. So he has a little time. All right, we'll give it till 5 after.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
Okay.
Bart, you want to message him or something?
Yeah, I can call him if you want, then I leave and then I come back, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. Sounds a good plan.
How do I get on it on Facebook?
Okay.
When you get on Facebook, there'll be a notification that we're live and you just watch it.
You can also go to the page, our KWPN-NA page, and it's there.
Because I'm on this, yeah, KWPN-NA favorite, update schedule, time. NA breeders and owners, so that's not the right one?
No, it's on just the KWPN-NA.
Okay.
27. Oh, it's alphabetized. No shot.
We have 16 on Facebook.
It keeps going to the owners.
Hi, Kelly.
I have people outside working. I hope they don't disturb us.
I got a puppy sleeping under my foot, so I don't know what happened when he wakes up.
Hope it doesn't bark.
Judy, I just sent the link here in the chat. So if you go to the chat, then you can.
On,
The chat
Okay.
on Zoom.
oh, where's that, up the top someplace?
Bottom.
Mine's up at the top. It changed.
Oh.
It's different.
Yeah.
If you put
Yeah.
Facebook on, you got to turn the volume all the way down, or else that's when we're going to get the feedback.
I tried
Are
to
we
call
gonna-
Henk, but he didn't answer his phone. So,
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I've been messaging him on WhatsApp and he's not answering me either.
uh-oh. But he's in
Uh-oh.
later, right? He
Yeah.
still has time. So.
He's been messaging me all morning. He just asked for the link. He wasn't getting the email, so I actually sent the link in WhatsApp, but he hasn't answered that yet.
I think he will return my call. No problem.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't should we get started, guys, and just have he'll hop on when it's time, or what do you want to do?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
get
think we should
started.
get
Go
going.
ahead and get started.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, no problem.
How do I mute it?
Okay, everybody mute except the speaker.
Get started, guys, and just have he'll hop on when it's
Notifications.
I think we should get going. Go ahead and get started.
Someone has their Facebook going.
There's
and
a
it-
delay in Facebook.
It's me. I don't know how to find the, I don't know how to find the. On off notify.
Judy, just don't be on Facebook.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Has their Facebook.
There we go. But I can't see Bart or anybody else.
And you can see them in Zoom, I think, I hope.
Yeah, no.
One more minute and then we start, yeah?
Okay, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, just touch the button and you can mute.
Okay, that's it. So I'm going to start, okay?
Yep, please.
All righty. Okay, welcome everyone to the 2021 virtual KWPN-NA annual general meeting. This is the first time we've attempted to do a Zoom meeting on Facebook Live. It's quite exciting, but I do want to just make a note that this is actually the first time we didn't spend the night in the bar till the wee hours either for the AGM. So I think everybody's got a clear mind and we can go ahead, I hope. So Kelly, if you want to put the button forward.
Yep.
Oh, Kelly's here. Very good. Okay, up to the agenda, Kelly. And here we go. This is the agenda for today. Hopefully, we're starting about 8:05, 11:05, 5:05. We're all around the world. And first off, we'll have the welcome. And second, we'll have the committee updates. 12:30-ish Eastern time, we'll have a break. And then we'll have presentations from Henk. Hopefully he gets online. And on the 2021 KWPN premium ring stallions, the ones that were way ahead of all the rest in the stallion show this year. And then presentation from Vegan on the approved Dutch harness horse stallions of 2020. They will have their 2021 curring in April. And then we'll have another little break. You can grab a quick lunch or something. And then we'll have our special awards. So stay tuned. And after the whole meeting's over, we're going to have a really fun Zoom party online. So meet in the bar online, bring your own booze at the comfort of your own home. So go ahead, Kelly. Cool. So I'm going to turn the meeting over to Megan DeGarry,
Yep.
our new chair of the KWPN-NA, and she will proceed and introduce all the board members.
Hello, everyone. I'm a little out of my element right now, so please forgive me if I make, embarrass anybody. I want to introduce all of our the other board members. The first we have is Sandy Harper, who is our treasurer and put everything together for us. Thank you, Sandy. Should you guys raise your hands, or they can see your names, right? Yeah, there's Sandy. Then we have Roy Marr, St. Marr, I'm sorry, from Canada. And we have Judy Reggio. Judy.
Yep.
Then we have Anna Beal. I don't know where Anna is. I can't see her. Okay. And our newest board member is Wim Casimir. And hopefully I didn't forget anybody.
I don't want to be here. Ah!
Oh, we got it up. There we go. She's muted now. Okay, good. All right, guys. It was a challenging year in 2020 for all of us. As you know, a lot of people had personal losses. Our businesses struggled, but we still managed to do some good things as far as the KWPN. We all missed having Currings, and we tried to figure out what we could do to support the membership. And one thing we thought was really important was to do a better job at PR, promoting our North American breeders and owners, and because everyone was missing their shows and their Currings. So we hired Liz Van Warden, and Liz, I'm sorry if I said your last name wrong. And she is just fantastic. She is from the Netherlands, and she's living over in the US for several years. She has her own PR company. She's also a photographer, and she's a writer and translator. So she has been helping us already on so many things. She's been contacting members to interview you. She promoted our stallion service auction quite well, which gave us a record year for that. You can see all the different accomplishment things that she's going to be helping us with. She promoted the AGM. She's helping with the silent auction. And she's going to help promote people's horses in general, just by, interviewing. If you have accomplishments, you can contact her and she'll help you with getting the word out and all that type of thing. So Liz is a welcome addition, and I would say our biggest accomplishment this year. So, Kelly, you want to go to the next one for me, please? For our other accomplishments that we did, we negotiated a fair contract with the KWPN so that now we'll be paying Equus directly to use the database, and we will also be able to start using the iPads at the Currings in 2021, which will be a big relief for the office and also for the judges. The Stallion Committee brought to fruition a futurity that was Kathy Hickerson's idea. She worked the previous year with the Stallion Committee and really got the seed planted, did all the footwork on it, and then it got fine-tuned finally this year. And we will start that in 2021 at the Currings, and the Stallion Committee will go over the details on that. So those are our biggest accomplishments right now. And we also have the Curring schedule ready for everybody, which you'll see. And I'll now turn it over to Sandy for the financial report. Sandy, you're on mute still. There
I
you
know.
go. Okay.
Kelly, go back one. The Curring schedule's in the presentation. There you go. But the presentation will be available on our website for everyone. You can go through it and see all the fine details that maybe we're missing. I don't know. I may miss some in the financial report. So you can see the fine print better. So, okay, Kelly, go ahead. And another one. Okay, so our final 2020 versus the budget. We've been budgeting for since I came in, we started budgeting to make sure we're in line with keeping things under control. Of course, we had a pretty rough year last year with no Currings and no big shows, but we kind of came out ahead. So maybe because we saved some money because the currings do cost us. The total year to date revenues versus full budget, we had $394,803 that came in last year. And it turned out to be 87% of the revenue budget goal. So it was, our budget was supposed to be 452, but came out, we were a little under that, but we tried to keep the expenses down. So I think it all worked out in the end. Our total year-to-date expenses versus full year budget, that was 309,000 is all 515 is what we spent. And that was 73% of the budget spending goal of 500. So the results is that we actually had a gain in our accounts. And at the end of the year, our net income was 85,288. So because we're a nonprofit and, nonprofits shouldn't make money, we identified some ways to spread that around. And those will come up later in a minute. Kelly, go to the next one. Kelly? Oh, there it is. Sorry, you're there. Okay, and then just a comparison of the last 3 years. This is a little detailed and stuff, but you guys can read it in the when we post it. We just did have a gross profit increase of 7% in over 2019. 2019 was basically not a very good year because we had a big 3-year bill from the KWPN. So we were in the negative last year, and I was really very happy to report a positive all the time. So this is good. We're 85,000 compared to minus 44,000 last year. So, and then in 2018, we were a profit of 15,984. So we're looking better as we continue to maintain the budget and we remain current with our KWPN bills. Go ahead, Kelly. Okay, so our bank account is growing. It's very nice to see that, because when I took over, it was pretty high, and now we're back up to what it was. So we're coming up better. Our beginning balance was 323,000. Our ending balance is 427. And next one. So also we sold Oregon the end of 2019, and we're keeping track of those payments as they come in. We're still owed 127,000. We did get the down payment of 45,000 in 2019, and this year we've made about 15,000 in payments. So that goes directly into the bank account. So that's been helping there. Next one, Kelly. So the new 2021 year-to-date budget is shown there within the orange highlight area. We're hoping to have a net of 32,500 at the end of the year. Right now in February, as of February 28th, we're at 12,606. But this February didn't reflect our fabulous stallion service auction where we made record money coming in on that. That will show up in March now, but we're very happy about that. We could have been a lot higher. And we also didn't have any AGM expenses or income. So hopefully that'll keep us down, but we do really want to have a curring. And as you can see, we've got the curring entries budgeted as well as the expenditures, 50,000 for the curring entries, 55,000 for the expenses. Although we'd like to try to keep that down too. At least now we're up to date with the KWPN. So we're very happy to be budgeting and we keep everything on track. Okay. And then next slide. Okay, now, because one thing, we had a $3,000 check be canceled and put back in the, in our account. The girl in 2018 wasn't able to ride, so Kelly's canceled that check. And we talked about, trying to motivate our riders and competitors. These are the people that buy the horses from all you breeders. So we want to make sure that we are rewarding them for participating with the KWPN-NA horses. So we are going to, again, put forth the Willie Arts grant. And we'll be sending the logistics for that and the application and all that's needed for the next go around for the Willie Arts grant. And then in addition, we're also going to be investigating a grant for adult amateur riders because they buy a lot of our horses. And we're going to see what we can do based on nice applications from our people and the riders that have been out there showing and getting their name and their horses out. So, and of course, sponsorships are always welcome for these type of awards. Okay, Kelly? Okay, members committee's up. I'm out.
Oh, wait, let me interrupt 1 second, please.
Sure.
I'm mortified to say I left out one of our board members. I forgot Yost Severance, and I'm so sorry, Yost. It's just my nervousness, so please forgive me. So now the members committee can go on. Thank you.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So having some technical difficulties. That seems to be like my life. Oh, okay. Hang on. So I have no idea if you can see me. I can't see me. But I am Carly Fisher. I am chairing the members committee this year. We had an election year last year, so we do have some new ones. Returning from our last members committee is me, and then Tracy Geller is now our secretary. She was our chair last year, and Kathy Hickerson is back. New, we have Erica Sense, who is a welcome addition, who has some hunter experience, which we have been lacking. So we are hoping that she can help us out there. And then from Canada, we have Anne-Marie Gagnon, who had some really interesting horse experience and not horse experience that we think will be a good addition to our committee. We want to thank Suzanne Mance and Cheryl Mayberry for serving many years on the MC. They are very missed, and we are sure they will keep in touch with us. For COVID, kind of, as Megan said, put a giant kind of wrench in everything that we've all been trying to do across our lives in general, and the horses too. So we didn't get to some of the accomplishments that maybe we wanted to get to into 2020 and had to kind of readjust. So we did try to help our members, anything that they needed, and then continuing to represent those concerns. I know the Currings not happening and everything was really concerning to people, and hopefully we will be back this year in some sort of way if we can't do live. We still have our Facebook group that has a pretty good audience, and we have some good discussions on there. We try to keep everybody up to date on there. We are working on a webinar series of hopefully some educational stuff. Erica has been kind of spearheading that one, and we're excited to bring that to everybody. And then we are looking to kind of go through and look at what committees we had, what committees we need, and see how we can increase volunteer participation going forward, because we know that the more people that help us out, the better it will be for all of us. So that's kind of a little bit where we are at. I don't know if anybody else from the MC wants to speak, but go for it if you want to.
So thank you, Carly. So probably okay to go on, Kelly? No. Go back up. There you go. There.
Everybody, I'm giving the Stallion Committee update. I just joined the committee this year. I'm the chair. Vicki Green the other members are Vicki Green from Hyperion Stud, Bill Duffy from Grand Finale Farm, Judy Reggio from Windy Ridge Farm, Natalie, sorry I can't say your name, from Hilltop Farms, Trish Quirk with Tish Quirk LLC, Justine Wilson with Breezy Hill South, and Liz has also joined the committee. She's helping us with some of the PR, which is really beneficial to us, and she's also taking our minutes for us. So the main accomplishment for the Stallion Committee this year has been the Stallion Service Auction. It was the most successful Stallion Service Auction we've had to date. It brought in a total of $37,859. We had 51 breedings and 48 of those breedings were purchased. And we want to thank everyone who donated breedings. And we also want to thank all those who participated in purchasing and making the auction so successful. It was a great year. And our next thing that we've just completed working on was the KWPN full yearling futurity. Kathy Hickerson presented it to the board a year ago. We had asked for some items to be changed and fine-tuned, and that's all been taken care of and was presented to the board last night and approved with some more additional changes. So what it is a full and yearling futurity. It is going to be funded by the Stallion Service Auction, and the board will be allowing $5,000 to go into the purse from the Stallion Service Auction. It will be open to all foals and yearlings owned and bred in North America. There is a nomination fee for foals from stallions that did not participate in the Stallion Service Auction. That'll be $35. And there will be no entry fee for foals from the stallions that donated to the Stallion Service Auction. So if your stallion that you've utilized participated in the Stallion Service Auction, you get an additional benefit. These will be judged at the Currings and will reflect the scores that they received there. The owner of the stallion that participated in the Stallion Service Auction will receive a plaque or some sort of recognition they can hang on their stall in lieu of a cash payout. That was a Stallion Committee suggestion. And for this year, we're just going to fund it ourselves and we will not solicit a sponsor, but starting next year, we will be soliciting sponsorship and we do already have several entities that are interested in supporting it. The highest scoring foal from the Stallion Service Auction will receive a special ribbon. That foal already receives a monetary award from the office that's already been in place. The futurity is going to include the following groups. It'll be dressage, jumpers, hunters, harness horses, and gelders. And the payout for the futurity will be to the owner and the breeder. And so I just kind of talked to Kelly and we figured out how many foals we had in 2019 and just kind of came up with an idea of how much entry fee we could generate that could be added to the $5,000 pot. We are going to hold back 10% of the entry fees to cover costs of ribbons and some administrative costs. So the futurity would be self-supporting. So based on the $5,000 and some entry fees, I've estimated that we could come up with a payout of $1,300 to each group. We would limit the payout to the first three places and the full.
Move forward. Next slide. There you go.
Okay, I'm reading off my own screen. I'm sorry. The full, so we'll limit it to three places the first year for the 5 groups. The full must have a minimum score of 70 to qualify for the award. And there should be a minimum of 5 foals in each group for the full payout. So based on those numbers, and this is for each group, the owner of the first place foal would receive $250. The second place foal would receive $225, and the third place foal would receive $200. The breeder of the first place foal would receive $205. The second place foal would receive $185, and the third place foal would replace $160. And we're hoping in the future we can bump these numbers up by sponsorship. Our overall amount is pretty consistent with what the other futurities, other breed futurities are doing. But with us, we have the 5 groups, so it does cut into what the payout is. So it's really going to be important next year to find sponsors, to find several sponsorships to bring these fees up. But we want to implement it for this year. I think it's going to be exciting. It'll be a lot of fun. It takes place at occurring, so it'll be easy for everybody, and we want to encourage everybody to participate. It's a great way, and if you're the owner and the breeder, you double score. So it's a win-win for everybody. So we hope you all support it, and we're looking forward to seeing how it goes. And afterwards, we'll ask for feedback on what worked and what didn't. So we're open to suggestions and we'll fine tune it each year. So that's what the Stallion Committee has completed this year. At the moment, we're not working on anything. The full futurity was our main goal for this. So if you have any ideas or concerns that you want us to address, please drop us a note and we'll look at it and we will address it. And I do really want to thank Kathy Hickerson. She was the person who really instigated getting this futurity proposal off the ground, and she did an awesome job on it. And I just picked up and just added and corrected and changed things. So Kathy did a great job. And so thank you very much. And we look forward to taking care of things this year. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'm back on you. Okay, these are question and answers that we're asking everyone to possibly submit if you're just in the Zoom chat or if you're on Facebook online. Liz has been documenting these, I think. So hopefully Liz will read them off one by one, and Megan, you can define who should answer or ask someone to answer, okay?
Okay, lucky me.
So go for it.
Okay, do we have any questions, Liz, that you wanted to give us?
Yes, I would want to start with like in the incoming order. So I would like to start with Liz Rodman's question. She asked, what does using iPads at the curing mean? And don't we get a written page that day anymore?
Bart, do you want to answer this?
Yes, I can answer that.
Thank
It
you.
means that there is no written linear score sheet anymore, but it will be the score sheet will be later in the database, so you can download it later. So it will not be on paper handed out, but it will be in the database, so you can download it in my KWPN. You can download the form.
But Bart, will that only be possible for members of the Dutch KWPN or also for members of the NA?
It should be possible for the NA also.
Okay.
Right. And it'll make things more efficient. That means that the office doesn't have to come up with these big Excel sheets and try to print a bunch of score sheets. The judges will still have notes, and you'll still have notes at the curing, and you can discuss with people their horses, right, Bart?
Sorry, Megan?
At the curing, you'll still have the scores right in front of you, so you can discuss with the owners their horses' scores at the time of the curing, right? Just like normal.
Yeah. Everything stays normal except the written paper is not handed out, but it's later. You can download it.
Right. Liz, did that answer your question?
See if Liz
it did. I fear that we'll be bugging the staff when we have trouble downloading the information, but that's a bridge to cross this fall.
Right, and it'll get easier and easier as everybody gets used to the new system. I'm sure there'll be some issues at first, but we'll muddle through it, and I'm sure in the end we'll all love it, because that way you can save it to your own computers. It's very efficient, and it's easy to share with people as well. Like if you have a sales horse, it's quite nice to have a permanent record on your computer.
Bart, I know sometimes it can be hard to hear all of the information when you guys are talking really fast for each horse. Will there be some time to, meet with people individually to make sure that we get all the notes from what you're saying? Or will you just talk louder and slower?
You mean during the curing tour, Liz?
Right, because when you rattle off the scores and the comments and go pretty quickly, and usually it's we'll have to plan to like take notes now, because we're not going to get anything in writing.
You have to
No, but
stand close to him and turn your phone on and record it. That's what I try and do.
Yeah, when the curing is finished, we always have time to talk to people. No problem.
Okay, Liz, the next question, please.
Olivia Woolrich asked if the full futurity would be, if that will be awarded at each separate curing, or if we're going to do a full futurity over the whole curing tour.
I can answer that real quick. It's over the whole curing tour.
Okay, I have a question from, well, shall I read out the questions that you answered already in the chat as well? So everybody.
Yes, please, please.
Okay, Ryan Jimenez asked, why won't the full futurity include eventing?
And my answer to him was because it's not a breeding direction in the KWPN. So we're having the futurity cover each of the 5 breeding directions, which right now are dressage, jumpers, harness horses, gelders, and then we have hunters over here as a breeding direction. So I think he had further asked another question that Bart will need to answer. Bart or Henk can answer.
Let me see, because
He wants to know why eventing is not a breeding direction.
Yeah, yeah.
So Bart, do you want to answer that?
Yes, we can answer that. We have the discussion also in Holland. We have had a discussion, but in our opinion, it was too mixed pedigrees for eventing in Holland to make that special breeding direction. And in Holland, it's too small, I think, also for breeding. So that's why we decided not to make it a breeding direction, but there can be some focus on it when you have a jumpers with a lot of blood on it.
You can hear me?
Mhm.
Yes, Henk.
Yeah, hello. Welcome everybody. Last year we talked about it when some people in Holland wanted to start it. Last year's on the BBFSH ranking, we were also one of the best stud books on the world with eventing horses. And you see bloodlines in Holland, there's mares with a lot of blood. You see it with the contender bloodlines. Also contender 1, he's also approved for Holland, contender 1. You see horses like that give a lot of good eventing horses. Dus that's the reason the people say we try it, take the best one of the jumpers, and then we can do also good eventing horses. Hello?
Yep.
I think it's the same about driving horses. So when we raise harness horses, they are very good for combined driving. That's also why there is not something like combined driving. We have the harness horses. So actually, it's the same about harness horses.
I want to add to this that we are going to fine tune with the stallion committee and the board the futurity for the detailed things, like for the harness horses and the gelders. They are allowed to bring a register B foals to the curing to have them looked at by the inspectors. We're going to fine tune how that's going to work out for the futurity. So if you were wondering, that is already an answer to that wondering.
Thank you, Liz.
Yeah, I had one other question written down from Carol Tolman. She asked, is it separate judging at the curing for the futurity foals, or is it going to be based on scores from the whole curing, or are the judges just going to judge the futurity separately?
Well, originally what we decided was it was going to be the curing scores, but we can discuss that if there's some need to separate it. But at this point, we're going to start out with it being based on the curing scores, unless people have a reason that we should try to do it differently. And we're open to people's input, of course. We're just getting this started. I'm sure there'll be a lot of fine tuning.
There were no further questions, also not on Facebook. So that's it for now.
Okay, does anybody have a question that they didn't send in from Facebook that they would like to just ask one of us, one of the committees or one of the board members? If so, just you can, I guess, raise your hand. Is that the best way, Liz? And then we can take them off mute.
Yeah, I see we get one more question in now, and Olivia has asked if the futurity placings are going to be based on a combined score or a top score. Olivia, could you maybe explain what you mean with that question a little more? You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, so I just wasn't sure because they're, as you said, like the scores aren't being awarded, or I should say the placings aren't being awarded at each curing, it's overall. So how is the scoring done for that? Is it just based on the top score that was done, or is, if you're competing at multiple curings, are your scores being combined for an overall top score? Like, I wasn't really sure how the scoring's done for that.
That's a good question, but I don't think we've ever had one horse go to multiple currings. I don't think you can really do that with a foal. You can't go from, I guess you could in theory, but we've never had somebody take a foal to multiple currings before.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what you guys do for that.
I don't know why there would be, I guess if you're trying to get a better score, but Bart and Henk, do we allow people to go, would we allow somebody to take their foal to 2 currings?
No.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so.
Okay.
Okay, I have another question from Tracy. She asked, are there standards for horses to earn their sport and or offspring predicates in combined driving, eventing, etc.?
In eventing, yes, for sure. And I don't know about combined driving.
I think they're working on that, aren't they?
I think they've been talking vegan.
Yes, that's true. We are thinking about that because we do have a sport predicate in the harness horse for the harness horses. But we also are thinking about combined driving because we think it's also very important because there are a lot of harness horses involved in combined driving. So it's an important thing to think really good about it.
Okay, so that.
Oh, sorry. We have had mares or get predicates through eventing. Dana Gant of Apple Lane Farm in Massachusetts, her horses have gotten sport predicates and also gotten points towards Prestati that way. So we have been, there is a point system in place for eventing.
Okay, I have another question from Laurie Bradford. She's asking, is there a way to do mare inspections and futurity online or have a judge come to our farm given the current pandemic and the EHV outbreak? We are near Ottawa, Ontario, and even currings are quite a distance away. Who wants to answer this question?
Well, I guess I will. At this point, we have our curring schedule and we don't have the judges for long enough time to have them go to private farms to do currings. The EHV outbreak, that's something that, yes, it's very scary. I'm sure it's going to calm down. The best thing you can do is, of course, always have your horses up to date on their vaccinations. We'll just have to see what's going on with the different disease outbreaks as we get closer to the currings, and people have to make their own decisions. But unfortunately, there's just not enough time for us to go to everybody's place, to do private currings. And I don't know about doing a video curring. That's something the KWPN would have to answer, but I don't think that's very feasible. Henk, do you want to answer that about video currings?
Yeah, in Holland, we don't do that. Last year, we talked a lot about this, with the corona problems in Holland. They ask it, but we don't do it. For us, we want to see the horses. You can look at the horses. You can see the hooves. You can see the correctness of the horses. We can do advice, but only the show sphere.
Okay. Canna Dream Farm is 45 minutes from Ottawa and their curring will be on the 29th of August. So Laurie, maybe that's an option for you to go there. We have the tentative curing schedule on our screen right now.
We can hope. In Canada, the vaccination schedule was a little behind. They seem to be catching up now, but they're still talking about, you know, July, August, from the point of view of getting the majority of the people vaccinated, which may or may not mean, you know, I mean, we're just going to have to wait. There is a possibility, I think, that we will be able to have the curing, but I'm a little worried about the judges coming, you know, going from Canada to the US and back, if there'll be any restriction on travel that way. So I think the only thing we can do is wait. We'll know probably more in about kind of June, July. So we can just all keep our fingers crossed.
Yes. Thank you, Roy. Liz Rodman is asking if there is not going to be a curing in Southern California this year. Okay, sorry. I see the answer already. The question is already answered, so sorry about that. I don't see any other questions that are in regards to this AGM and the curing schedule right now. If you have any questions, you can send them in. We have some more time because we're running pretty early right now. We're going really fast.
This is the time to ask the questions.
Yep.
This is more
Daisy,
time than we had on regular AGM, so.
Daisy, we see your question, but we're going to answer it in a private message if that's okay with you. So, because it's pretty specific. So if it's okay with you, we're going to answer that question in another time.
Yeah, everybody, don't be shy just because you have to send your questions in on Facebook, or you can, if you raise your hand on Zoom, we can let you come off mute and ask your question. We're here to answer them, even though it's a little awkward since we're all on the other side of a computer. But don't be shy, please.
We can do this.
Yeah. Not only teenagers are good with technology, we're learning. Or 8-year-olds, as in Liz's case. Wow, no more questions. So what do we have next on the agenda? We can add another question and answer session if more questions come up.
We're supposed to have, it's supposed to be 12:30 on the half hour. So right now we have 45 minutes until we take a break. But what
Is Lisa Dickman her question answered? I don't recall that actually.
Did she have a question? I didn't see that.
About the full card for the scores of the scoring.
Oh, I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
they answered it online. But I had asked that in the chat a minute ago, and Drew confirmed that they were still going to do it. So yeah.
Do you want me to read it out so everyone can hear?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So Lisa Dickman asked a question: will the cards that were given out for falls in 2019 at the curing still be handed out, or are those going to be online as well? Those were super helpful.
I'm more than willing to do them.
I think it's important that we do that because it's different. It doesn't take much time, and it's different for the foals and the yearlings, the horses that aren't going for a stud book presentation. So because that won't be a big, it won't be super hard for the office. I think that we will continue to do that for sure.
Okay. I'm getting a question in on my personal chat. Okay. Lisa Dickman also asked a question. Can you also elaborate on what you mentioned about Registry B foals? I have a friend with a Registry B foal and would like to encourage her to come. So Henk, can you explain what the rules are for Register B foals if they want to go to a curing with their foal? There are specific rules for, and Vigon maybe can answer it too, for harness horses and gelders horses if they have a Register B foal. Could you explain what the rules are for that?
Hello?
Yes?
You can hear me? Yeah. In Holland, you don't do anything with register B, only for the sports, dus the Pavel Cup and the Blom Cup. But in USA, I don't know exactly, want register B is from stallions who are not approved of a KWPN against the book.
Vigon, can you explain what the rules are here for the harness horses with the register B?
Yes, I can. It's allowed to go to the curring with registered B foals. They can also win a championship, but they are separated from the registered A or foal book foals. So they aren't in the same competition. They are judged separately. For register B mares, it's possible to go to the curring when they get older. They have to be 2.5 years old. Then they can come to the curring. And after that, we first have to register it in register A. It means it has to, the mare has to have a certain size. It has to be 158 to get there. The mare has to be correct. So we say she has to, or she needs 50 points for conformation, 50 points for movement. And when that's done and she wants to go to stud book, she has to do her perform test, or her father has done the perform test. So it takes actually a while to get there, but it's possible. So only older mares can only come to the curring after 2.5 years, but foals are allowed, but they are not judged with registered A or the foal book foals. Also, X-rays are important to get stud book from registered B. Unless the father, the sire has done that. So there is something I can send to Liz, or I can send the file in the text message to show you what it looks like. But take me some time to do it. But I will send it to Liz, I think. Then she can show it,
Okay,
how it works.
We have a really extensive explanation about this topic in the handbook of 2020. So if you go to the website of KWPN-NA and you do the search function on handbook, then you can go to the digital version of the 2020 handbook, and there's 2 pages really good well explained about how this rule works for the register B for harness horses. And we're going to be able to do it for gelders horses as well, right, Henk? So that's what Wim told us to last year.
Yes, all right.
But not for dressage and jumpers and hunters, right, Henk?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Does that answer your question, I hope? Lisa?
I think we have some new questions on Facebook, maybe.
Yes, Ryan.
Yes,
Ryan just, oh, sorry. What did you say, Lisa?
I just said thank you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, Ryan Jimenez asked, can 2020 foals still be presented at the 2021 curring? Because we didn't have a curring last year.
Yeah. Ryan, yes, they're going to be in the yearling class. There's classes for yearlings. So since they're not foals anymore, they'll have to go in the yearling class. And we do expect there will be quite a few yearlings presented at the currings this year, since everybody missed last year.
And maybe we can do the cards for yearlings since they wouldn't have got them as well.
I think that's important to do.
Okay, Kathy is asking if maybe Henk, Vigon, and Bart can introduce themselves real quick, because we really didn't do that properly in the beginning.
Right, sorry.
So, guys, would you want to do that for us, please?
Henk, you want to go first? Tell everyone a little bit about yourself.
It's okay. My name is Henk Dirksen. I'm working now for 10 years for the KWPN Studboek. I'm inspector. I do the mare test in Holland, jumping and dressage horses. And since 2 years, I'm also the inspector for the jumping stallions for the selection. And yeah, for myself, I'm a breeder. I have 3-4 foals every year, mostly jumping. I've bred for myself a few Grand Prix horses and also approved stallions. There's a little bit more hobby is also the horses.
Okay, Vegan, do you want to introduce yourself next, please?
Yes, that's okay. I'm Viggo van Beest. I'm not even 50 years old at the moment. Since 2016, I'm a harness horse inspector. At that time, we were separated. We had a harness horse inspector for the mares and a harness horse inspector for the stallions. Since 2019, it's only been one inspector, so that's me. And what I do everything about harness horse currings. Hopefully, we can go to the United States this year to have another curring or have another currings. It would be very nice to be there again and see some good horses. Hopefully, in the Netherlands, the corona will be done soon, so we can have a normal curring season. Of course, also for United States. And we are looking forward to our curring on the 3rd of April. So we hope we get a lot of competitors to go there, a lot of stallions, and hopefully we can see a lot of good ones to invite for the performance test. In my normal life, I own a building company, so I only actually build big buildings. So that's in short what I do for a living.
Thank you, Vegan. And Bart, even though most people know you because you've come to the US quite a bit for the curring tour, please introduce yourself to everybody who hasn't met you yet.
Yes, my name is Bart Henstra. I'm already a judge in the USA for over 10 years, I think already, to do the curring tour over there. I'm also a judge in Holland for the regions in the north for over 15 years already. And then normally I do a lot of mare currings and foal currings in Holland. And yeah, my business is also in construction, like Vegan also is. And I have a stable together with my girlfriend, a breeding stable, and we breed about 6 to 7 foals a year. And then we try to compete them later and try to sell them. So that's kind of short what my business is.
Okay, and then while we're doing this, can we, Liz, we'll do Liz next, but let's do Kelly. Can you introduce yourself since we kind of skipped over that? I'm so sorry about that.
My name's Kelly Station. I have to go away from the other computer. I'm the director of operations here. I've been here since 2017. Our office is located in Lexington, Kentucky. And most of you have either probably emailed Drew or myself at one point in time. And that's about it. So this will be our 5th annual meeting, which I realized, which shocked me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Thank you, Kelly. Is Drew on? Can she introduce herself?
No,
or
she
might
come in today.
Right. Right. Yeah. Okay. And then Liz, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I am Liz van Woerden. I am Dutch. I live in USA since 2018 and started stalking KWPN-NA because I wanted to do volunteer work for them. So I did a lot of things like writing articles and translating a lot of stuff for them. And then last year they asked me if they could hire me. So now I'm super happy because I have the best job in the world, I think. So now I can work for them. And yeah, I really enjoy it because I just love the Dutch warm blood. I love living here. I love this type of work. It's very versatile. I do all kinds of stuff. And I love being on social media. So that's good. Yeah, so that's me.
Great, thank you so much. And now I think we have some new questions.
Yep. I saw a question from Carol and Scott Tolman asking, as a follow-up to Ryan's question, will studbook horses be separated into 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds since we didn't have the curring last year? Tough to judge a 3-year-old mare against a more developed 4-year-old. So did you guys think about that?
Yeah, that's a question for the curring judges.
Yeah, I think that's no problem. In Holland, we do it also. In Holland, we have a group of 3 years old horses and also the 4-year and older horses. There's no problem. We can do that.
Haven't we always done it that way here though? Weren't the 3-year-olds always separate and then it was 4 to 7-year-olds was a separate class?
We did with harness horses.
I think with the riding horses too, right, Bart? On the
Yeah,
entry
for sure.
class.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we will continue to do that.
Okay, I hope that answered your questions, Con and Carol. And then
There was also about we decided last year was a discussion when it comes down to the top 10s, and we broke out the younger mares versus the older mares because the sport predicate was affecting the results. When they had the sport predicate, that took precedence over their movement score. So going forward, and I think we put that in the handbook, I can't remember, but that they'll be separated out and ranked differently or ranked separately moving forward because of that sport predicate. It was really making a big difference in the rankings there.
Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, guys, for answering that. Do we have any new questions or follow-up questions?
Yes, we have another question from Carly Fisher. She's asking, could we do those cards at the currings for the foals through 2-year-olds? I like them a lot.
I don't have a problem making them as long as the judges are okay filling them out. They might want to work on getting like a scribe to help them if they didn't have one already. That was the only thing, is that they need to fill them out at the time and hand them out there. That's the only little problem I think we ran into 2019 when we did those the first time. Was it seemed to cause a little bit of a holdup in time when the judges were filling those cards out.
Well, that we can tell the curring hosts that they're going to need to provide a scribe for the judges. We have to do that for the Frisian curring. We always have to have a scribe. So I don't think that's very hard to get currings to provide that. A lot of people enjoy scribing because they learn a lot. If the judges are okay with that.
Henk, are you okay with that?
Yeah, it's okay. No problem.
Okay, then I have a comment from Willy Arts. He says that for the Gert van der Veen Award, that the highest scoring studbook mare has to be under 7. Is that known with everyone?
Is that a question or he's just getting us straight on that?
Yeah, it's just a comment. So,
okay.
Yep. And then I have a comment from Karen Jimenez. She says she is not in the Zoom, but she is attending with her phone. So she hears everything and wants to say hi to everyone.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, Karen.
We're really grateful to everyone who's attending and helping us do this meeting online, whether you're attending on Zoom or Facebook, or if you're just listening on your phone. Thank you very much for supporting our meeting, and we miss seeing everybody.
We have 43 on the Zoom call and 32 on Facebook. So that's pretty good attendance. I'm happy.
I'm hoping that if this goes well, we can have other presentations, Zoom, Facebook meetings throughout the year. Like as we develop other programs, we could have the KWPN back as guests. I'm hoping we can develop another presentation with Henk, Vegan, and Bart, maybe more about stallions, presenting stallions and that type of thing. But it was a little overwhelming. This came together really quickly, and to try to do the program right, we didn't want to put too much. I should say I was the one. Sandy was fine with having a full program, but I was a big baby and I'm like, no, let's not go crazy. So I'm hoping that we're going to do this again before the year ends. So if they're willing, if everybody's willing to do it again, at least.
I have another question from Wim Casimir. Wim, can you check if you have sound? Because else I can ask it for you. See, Wim's sound is not working.
Oh, okay.
Shall I ask your question? Yeah, it's not working. Okay, so Wim has asked if it's possible to have classes at the harness horse curing for the specific classes for the cross between dressage and harness horses, because it's getting more popular in North America, and he would like to see a warm blood judge and a harness horse judge in the ring for that. What do you guys think about that? Henk, big on?
You guys are in the hot spot for that one.
Sorry, you couldn't hear me. I think we are planning to do that this season. So we were talking about Ari and me for the harness horses. So Ari also judge a lot of riding horses. So I think we have the judges to do that.
Yeah, what Ari is a jury in Holland for the harness horses, for the gelders, for the dresses and the jumpers. So we try to combine that for you, that he's working together with Vigon this year.
Yeah, but we can only judge by breeding direction, eh?
Right. My comment would be, can't those horses can go into the DG Bar Cup though, right? Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
Right.
Yes, but then they would have to, so the DG Bar Cup can be held at that other location as well.
I think if there's a demand, we should consider, if there's a people that want to do that, we should consider having the DG Bar Cup at the harness horse currings. If it's something that there's really truly people that want to do, maybe we try it at the bigger curring in Indiana first. Isn't that where's the big harness horse curring?
It's in Goshen, Indiana.
Goshen. You know, as a pilot program.
For a dressage arena.
Oh, okay, that would be the issue.
But wasn't it allowed in the Netherlands now too, that a cross between a harness horse and a dressage horse can be put in the harness book?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's new from this year. You can put it in a riding horse or in a gelder horse or in a harness horse. You can choose it yourself as a breeder. Yeah, that's new.
Okay, and Wim comments that he thinks that most of those foals will be registered as dressage horses. So would it be possible to judge them as such at that harness curing? So make a separate class in the harness horse curing for those crosses at that location. Would that be okay?
Sounds fine to me, actually. I'm not sure what we're going to do with that in the Netherlands, because I think when I'm there and Iri's there, we have a lot of, okay, we can judge them. That's no problem, I believe. But how we do that, I'm not sure. I think it's also important how many entries will be there. I'm not sure about that. But do you really think there will be more registered in riding horse?
That's what Wim thinks, yes.
Yes.
Here in the office, knowing what we've seen coming in as far as breeding reports, there are very, very many harness mares that were bred to dressage stallions.
Okay.
I do think there will be a lot of, I think the harness registry or full registration is probably going to be down a little because of that. A lot of very prominent harness mares were bred to dressage stallions because there's such a market for it here right now.
I think we have to work it out a little further, because we also have the top 5 of the dressage foals. And then we have one judge doing the whole curing tour to make a proper top 5. So if we make that different, then that changes.
And maybe it needs to be a separate, you say like maybe it needs to be like a separate class in the whole tour too, or?
Well, they would go to a riding horse curring if they wanted to be included in the top 5s.
It's not only on the currings, it's also on the riding horse currings, because there can be something out of a harness horse as well. And maybe there are also harness horses breed to riding horses. Do you know if there are any quantity about that? Because it happens in the Netherlands as well.
Yeah, it does. Right, Kelly? Bailey
I
does.
didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Could you repeat it?
There are crossings from a riding horse with a harness horse, but there are also crossings from a harness horse with a riding horse, so the other way. So, but I don't know the quantity about that, but that's actually the same like we talked a few minutes before. How do we do that? So crossings with
Yeah,
harness
but
horse.
I believe you have to stick to the breeding direction they are into. So
Yes.
if they are into the dressage breeding direction, then you also should go to the riding class curing.
It's possible, but it's possible that a riding horse sire out of a harness horse mare looks more like a harness horse than a riding horse. So yeah, we'll have to see about it. What happens?
That's been a question. If can they change? You know, if they've always been very, very strict. You know, harness sire to harness dam, you get harness. But can there be a choice? Can they go to a curing, present the horse, and ask them to switch breeding directions? I know with harness, I don't think that's been a possibility in the past. But again, that market is growing over here, and these crosses, you might. We get that question quite a bit, and it's a good question. I don't know how to answer it exactly, and if it can be done.
I think it's good. We really have to think about that one again. It's not
Yes,
very easy to answer immediately, I think.
Wim adds that he bred 25 harness horse mares to a dressage stallion last year. So it's really big here. So it might be something that we have to put on the agenda to discuss for this curing season. Okay, can we go to the next question? Megan?
Yes, please. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Olivia, no, Dawn is, okay, no, Dawn, I think we'll get back to that, okay? Because Dawn is asking about the dressage foal going to Goshen, but we have to discuss the whole thing and get back to you about that. So I'm going to go to the next question from Olivia. She says, I just want to confirm, is a DG Bar Cup class held at each riding horse curing? Is it possible, or is it standardly done, or do they need to be enough entries for it to do it, or?
It's always been held at each curing. I mean, sometimes we only have one horse in a division. It's nice to have more than one, because the point is to have a couple horses together so they can be more relaxed and present themselves better. But occasionally there are currings that aren't set up for riding. I think that's the case for Tracy Geller's curing. She just has young horses, and most of the riding horses, I believe, come up to like Iron Spring, but I'm not positive on that. But Kelly, you can answer that. Don't we have a couple currings that are just young horses?
They're supposed to offer everything, but there are sometimes where you just don't either have entries. But no, we've always said each curing has to at least be able to offer. I think what Tracy, if she had one, they were going to go to a location that was down the road a little bit, and maybe she, I can't remember if 2019, if she had any or whenever her last curing was, but they're supposed to be able to offer it all. There's never been a distinguished mare and foal curing only, but I know some people would like to have that. It just depends on who signs up, but we've always said that they kind of have to be able to offer everything.
Well, we're open to being flexible if we have to be, but usually, you know, the riding horse people want to go to someplace that has good footing and etc. So they'll usually want to go to a curing that has, at least they know has a good ring and stuff. So if it's something we can talk about if there's an entry at a curing where someone really can't do it. We're open to being flexible.
Okay. Nancy, is it okay with you if we answer your comment at a later moment, well, after we discussed more about the harness and dressage entries in the curings? Is that okay? Okay, Nancy says sure. Then I have a comment from Daniel. He says, well, hi everyone, great job, North America, great format, but for the Gert van der Veen Award, isn't it mares 7 years old and under? So not under 7. So it gives you an extra year to enter for the Gert van der Veen Award. Does everybody know like the rules really well about that award? Because I don't.
Kelly might be
I'll
able to
have
look
to
them
look
up.
in
I don't
there.
remember off the top of my head. I think Willie knows too.
Normally, the stud clause is 4 to 7 years old.
Okay.
What did you say?
4 to 7.
No, I think the Gert van der Veen Award was for the highest scoring stud book mare for star inspection. Yeah, so it could be a 3-year-old and also a horse 4 to 7. But most of the time, it's always that a horse that's between 4 and 7 wins because they're a little bit more mature. But it's the highest scoring stud book mare.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. And we normally for stud book, we have 3-year-old class, and we have a 4 to 7-year-old class, and we have an 8-year and older class. So the 8-year-old and older class doesn't count for the Gert van der Veen Award then.
But the 3-year-olds do.
Yeah, correct.
Right.
Okay, I have another question. Will the complete rules of registration be included in the KWPN-NA handbook in the future? Kelly, can you answer that question?
No, it was just, I'm sorry, the two computers are making an echo. I have to move away. No, it was decided in order to be able to get the magazine or the handbook out in a more timely manner, we're just going to do the stallion roster and the top awards, but we put the rule changes. They'll be like, if you go on our website now, you'll notice that there's 2 buttons. You have the KWPN handbook and then the stallion roster. And the handbook has got all the rules, regulations, they're all there. And then the handbook that's got the stallions and award winners are a separate document, I guess you would say. And any rule changes will be included in the front of a handbook moving forward of the stallion roster and award winners. If it's something that really has to be printed and go to all the membership, but with the same information over and over and over, it was decided that it was kind of redundant and made the handbook a lot more difficult to put out. And that's how we were able to get it out at a really good time this year, so much earlier than usual.
Hope that answered the questions. I think there are no questions anymore.
So we wrap this up and then we can take a break, but come back on the 45. I'm sorry, come back at, wow, where are we? Yeah. Something 45, 12:45 Eastern, whatever time that works out where you're located. Come back and we'll have a presentation from Henk Dirksen. Does that sound good?
So essentially a 30-minute break.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that's great. Well, thanks everyone. I hope everyone's going to come back in 30 minutes because we have some great presentations coming up. And maybe by then, you know, we'll have more questions that you guys will come up with that we can answer on our next question and answer session. Is everyone good with that?
Yep.
I'll be back.
Okay, we'll see you guys all in 30 minutes at 1:45. Okay?
It may seem like Dean is the only one that goes sparkler, but that's not the case.
All right, see you guys soon.
And there's fireworks happening. It's still pretty much
So hello again, everybody. Megan, are you on?
I am on. I just need to take a sip of something. Sorry.
Oh, you have to
Have to
turn
have
it
it
on. Okay, well, I'm gonna sip in front of you, so.
Okay. I had to go do my chores, but
Yeah,
I'm
me-
back.
Yeah,
Okay, so I get who else back? Everybody, I can't see yet.
oh, there's plenty.
Okay. Oh,
39
Hank's back. Good, good, because
So-
Hank's next.
Yep. And Kelly's got the presentation up.
Okay. We have to tell everyone though about going off a video for the videos.
It's okay. We can start.
Yes, please, Hank.
It's okay. We made a short presentation, PowerPoint presentation of the Stallion Show this year. There was an especially Stallion Show. Everybody knows with the Corona, we have a problem in Europe, but also in the USA. Normally we have the Stallion Show in Den Bosch in the Brabant Hallen. It's a very, very big Stallion Show with a lot of people. This year we had the Stallion Show in Ermelo at the KWPN Center. And in the hall where the stallions were showed, we invited 30 people. This means we had groups from 5 stallions. There's 3 people per stallion, the jury, and the people who wants to help. And everything was online on video. On Thursday we started this year. On Tuesday we started with the jumpers. Kelly, you can show the second one. You can hear me? Or you can see me?
Kelly, you there?
Kelly? Kelly?
She's muted. There you go.
Okay, sorry, there was a delay. I apologize. Is it okay now?
Yeah. You have him now here? Yeah. It's okay. On Tuesday, we started this year. The second one, Kelly. What are you doing now?
Hank, your video went away. I can't see you. There we go.
What are you doing now? You have the English one you have to show.
Kelly, you're muted. Kelly.
Kelly.
Yeah, she's gonna change.
She had the wrong one. You have to show the English one.
Yeah, it's easier when it's English.
If everybody can please turn off their videos and just have Hank on video, otherwise the videos won't play. There'll be a big delay. Thank you.
We start with the videos.
We didn't start yet with the videos, but that way it'll all flow nicely if everyone turns their videos off now.
I don't see. You'll see?
I'm sorry. It's a problem. Where's the English one? I apologize. I cannot find the English version. If you all will just give me 1 minute, I will find it. I don't know where it went.
Take your time, Kelly. It's okay. You'll find it.
If you don't find it, we'll just start drinking the beer early. It's okay.
That sounds good.
Hey, Hank, do you, in the meantime, do you think we'll be having it regularly at, in Den Bosch next year, in the future?
Hopefully next year we are in Den Bosch again. And we have in Europe now the corona. Hopefully we are very busy with the vaccinations. In Holland and Europe, it's already a little bit better. So hopefully next year we are back in Den Bosch in the Brabant Hallen for the Stallion Show.
Oh, good, because I heard a rumor that it was so expensive to have it there that you were considering not going back after this year. It was just a rumor. Tell me it was just a rumor.
Yeah. Here, now we have the good one.
I'm so sorry about that.
Now, hello, we start again. Now, this year we had the online stallion show. Hopefully you saw a lot of stallions this year. We were very happy about it. Before we started on Monday, I was very nervous. I thought that would be very difficult. We do this. But on Tuesday morning we started and everything was okay. Everybody was happy. And we had a lot of compliments from people who won all over the world. I think we had a lot of people who look at home with video online. Yeah, it was great to do. This was a very big show. But yeah, the people at home, and I hope you also, you can look, and it was good to see. Kelly, you can go to the next one. Now, the selection round 2020-2001. Now, we started in December, then is the first selection. The end of November, we started first with the dressed stallions. And then we started with the jumper stallions. And the second round was in Ermelo, also online. You can go to the second one, Kelly. On Tuesday, we started with the jumpers. Totally, we had 90 jumpers in the second round. On Tuesday, we had 60. Just 2/3 of the second were on the Tuesday. We had groups from 5 stallions. When the group came back in the walk, and then the stallion committee says she selected yes or no, and then we saw all the selected stallions back in the end of the day for the presentation. That was on the hand, and then we talked about the stallions. We said the reason why they were selected from the stallion test. And after that, we said also which stallions were the premium stallions. And the premium stallions from the jumpers came back on Wednesday, and the dressed stallions on Friday. And Friday was the last day from the dressed horses. Can go to the next one, Kelly. On Wednesday, we had 30 jumper stallions with free jumping. And after that, we had also the presentation from the selected stallions. And in the end was the presentation from all the premium stallions for the jumpers. Totally, we had 6 jumpers with the premium stallion. And in the end of the day, on Wednesday, it was the online KWPN select sale. This was for us also the first time we did also online. There were no people in Ermelo. Dus the people who wants to buy stallions had to be at home after the computer or by telephone. Dus yeah, it was also good, but I think it was good to do. Can go to the next one, Kelly. And then on Thursday, we started with the second selection of the dressed stallions. Was also the first day we had 2/3 of the total dressed stallions. Now, we had also a group from 5 stallions. They were ready, they came back in the group, and then the stallion committee, they said, he's approved and goes to the stallion test, yes or no. And also the end of the day with the presentation from all the selected stallions on the hand, what is always normally. And we had also on Thursday the gelded stallions. We had this year 3 gelded stallions. They were selected to the stallion test. They were also on the Thursday. And what we had also, we had a lot of studio items. People at home can look at that. We talked about a lot of things, about the breeding program, about the board, about a lot of things. The people are, they can start in the morning and they look at the end of the day. They sell a lot of stallions, but also a lot of commercials. Can go to the second one. Kelly, can so go to the. He's not working. On Friday, it was we had the continuance of the Thursday. On Friday, we had the continuance of the second round viewing. Was also around 30 stallions were on Friday. First, they were with free moving, and the end of the day, all the selected stallions were in the hands. And was a presentation. We had also the premium stallions on Friday from the dressage horses. This year we had 5 premium stallions, and also the awards. And all we had the presentation online from the dressage stallions were approved in 2020. This we make the videos already in December. There's a lot of videos we made before the stallion test, and we show it all with the days in Ermelo. Can go to that. Now this is the SSS stallions. We were on the first selection this year. You can see this year, 2020-2001, we had a total from 475 stallions on the first selection. Last year we had 480. Year before, 2008-2009, 523. Now you see also how many jumping horses. This year we had 199 jumping horses on the first selection and 276 dressage horses. I think the reason we saw more dressage horses on the first selection is for selling young horses, it's easier to go with dressage horses. You see, with jumping horses, they wait when they start riding under the saddle. Then it's easier to sell them. That's a little bit the reason you see the last year's more dressage horses on the first selection. You could go to the second one. If there's some questions, you can always ask them. That the invasion to the second round viewing, that is the stallions you see normally in the second round in Den Bosch. We had this year 93 jumping stallions in the second selection. 3 stallions were not there. Just totally we had 90 jumping stallions. That is 45 or 47% from the total from the first selection. And last year, it's okay.
Okay, Henk?
Yeah. Go one back. Too fast. Is now better? It's now better to her. Now we had this year 88 dressage stallions in the second selection. Last year, 2020 was 96. I think the quality of the jumpers were this year a little bit better than the dressage stallions. It was too easier to select the jumping stallions to the second round than the dressage. But at the end, I think both were good quality. And the second one, Kelly. Then the gathering information. We ask and we look between the first and the second one. when you are in Den Bosch, you can buy the catalog with all the information about the dam line, about the sport information. We check that before we make the catalog. Dus we have a lot of information for Fortune dam lines from the relevant stud books. When you have dresses from Oldenburg, Hanover, we ask all the information from that stud books. What we also do is from dams of stallions, who are selected to the second selection, who are Veulenboek, or is the E dams and Fortune mares. They are standing in the Holland. We check them. We make a linear score of the mares and also a rapid of the mares, because we know what is the reason the mare was not in the stud book. There's all the information we give to the stallion committee, and they take it before they make a decision. The stallion is selected for the stallion test, yes or no. This year, normally we do it also the stud book mares. We check them, but this year with the corona, we didn't. We will do them when the stallions are in the stallion test. Before they will be approved, we will make the report. And what we sometimes do is stallions in mares in Belgium and Germany. We will check them before the second selection. This year we didn't want. Yeah, with the corona, we don't want problems. I can make the second one, Kelly. Here the predicate of the dams from the jumping stallions. You can see on the left side from the second round viewing, and on the right side is the selected. You see, for us, it's very important the mother of the stallions have predicates. And you can see here how many predicates they have. You see on the left side from the second round, we had 17 mares with a stair predicate, 9 mares with a vegetable cur predicate. And you see also the prestatie predicate had 19 and the preference 24. And on the right side, you can see the predicates of the selected stallions. But for us, the predicates are also very important. Also, we take it to make a good decision, selected or no selected. Second one, next one. What's also very important is what do the dams in the sport. You can see on the left side, that's the high. The dams jumped in the sport. On the right side, you can see the mares, which one, what the high. You can see on the left side now, with a lot of mares who jumped 130 or higher. 5 jumped 130, 7 135, 4 140, 2 145, 2 150. And you can see on the right side, we selected also a lot of stallions with the dams in the sport. You can see 5 on 135 level, 2 on 140 level, 2 on 145, and also we had 1 on 150. Shy, this year we had no stallions in the jumping, but the dams who were on Grand Prix level, just hopefully we can select them next year again. You can go to the next one, Kelly. Now, total, we have selected 48 stallions to the stallion test. Dus it means these stallions are not approved. They are approved in Holland when they do the stallion test, and they must have 75 or more points in the stallion test. From the 48 jumping stallions, 28 were full book. This means they were registered when they were full to the KWPN, and 7 were registered E. Dus that means 35 from the 48 had a KWPN paper. Then go to the next one, Kelly. Now the Fortune 8 registered horses. This means the stallions who had no KWPN paper. You can see them also. What you see here, so you see also stallions with a very interesting pedigree. You see the first one is by à la carte. We come back so with this one. He's a premium stallion. You see one by Shakoon Blue. As you see it on the name. Shakoon is a son by Shakoon Blue. Then a Comifo Plus. There's also Comifo dam line. Cornet Obolensky, Diamant. For Pleasure, George Zet. George Zet is on the main Roosakker dam line. Jensen van der Meulenhof. Nixon van der Meulenhof. D'Angelo van de Zoedoever. Untouchable Urano. You see this are also very, very interesting stallions with good fathers, good dam lines. Dus that's the reason we selected to the stallion test. Dus hopefully they come and yeah, they make a good test so we can approve them for Holland. Next one. Then the sires with multiple selected sons. You can see Apardi had this year 3 sons. We were happy about the party. Apardi we erkend 4 years ago for Holland. He's a full brother of the stallion Bacardi. Apardi jumped on Grand Prix level. He's by Corland Canen. We were very happy about his offspring. We're big stallions with a good length in the body, and they had all a lot of scope. Now, Baltic VDL had 2 sons selected to the stallion test. You know Baltic, he's by Capriccio de Pom. He jumped himself on Grand Prix level. He's a Henk to the KWPN. We think it will be a good breeding stallion, dus hopefully we had 2 good sons of him. Also a premium horse by Baltic. Koinor had selected 2 sons. Koinor is by Cornet Obolensky. He's a young stallion. Cornet Obolensky had also 2 sons selected. Also Diamante Summerly. Then Ibolensky had also 2 sons to selected. Ibolensky is by Cornet Obolensky. We think it will be a good breeding horse. Then also Cabri de Zil. Cabri is a son by Canan. He had his first sons this year on the stallion show. We had 3 sons by him in the second selection and 2 selected to the stallion test. Also 2 sons by Tangelo van de Zuidhoeven. You know, Tangelo is very popular at the moment in Holland, but also in Europe. He's the father by Derilu. Derilu we know. He was very good in the sport with BG Midden in the USA. This year we also selected 2 sons by Thunder van de Zuidhoeven. Thunder's by Argentinus. He's for years very high on the BBFSH sire ranking. Dus we were happy to select 2 sons of him to the stallion test. You can go to the next one, Kelly. Then sons of the E and J stallions. That means the young stallions. The stallions who had the first or the second sons. Now Ibolensky this year the second sons. He had 4 sons in the second selection. Idrigil had 1. Impressive VDL and Inaiko Ipstar also 1. And you can see the G stallions, Jamboree, Jensen, Jubel, Ubox, and Justus also 1 son in the second selection. Dus for us, it's also very important to see the sons of the young stallions. And the G are the young stallions. They were approved 4 years ago. This means they had now the first sons on the stallion show. Can go to the next one. Then selected to the stallion test from the young stallions. Ibolensky, we selected 2 sons to the stallion test. Jamboree, 1 stallion. And Ubox, also 1 stallion to the stallion test. And the second one, Kelly. Then the premium stallions, we will show them short, but we will show these stallions on the video. Dus we talk about the pedigree show and also the thing. We had a son by a la carte Libero in the premium ring, a son by Baltic, 1 Koinor, 1 Erco van de Rosacker, 1 Farfan, Fiogo. Farfan, this one was a half brother of the horse Zenit SFN. Zenit SFN was very popular with Jeroen Dubbeldam. He won the World Equestrian Games and also the European Championship. And also we had 1 son by For Pleasure, Diamant. He was also a premium stallion. But these horses we will show on the video. And I can talk about the stallions, about the pedigree, about the jumping, and also the dam line. Now we go to the... Now then we selected the Jumper Stallions 2020. Normally we have 2 stallion tests in Holland. 1 in April, May, and 1 in October, November. But it's very shy. Last year we had the Corona. Dus the test in April, May was deleted. Dus we had only this test in October, November. But you can see we selected last year 44 stallions to the test. Now, 21 of them were presented to the test. You see 50% of the selected stallions are coming. This 50% is not coming, or the owner said he's not good enough, or they sell them. And from the 21 stallions, he presented the stallion test, 13 we approved. Total 13 stallions approved last year. And also 4 older stallions were approved. There was Liverpool, Lord of Farming, Last Minute, and King Blue. And these stallions were approved, and they did. We selected them with the competitions. We have the stallion competition in the winter. We selected the Henk Stallion King Blue in the stallion selection. And the other 3 we selected last year with the young jumping competition, the Blom Cup in Valkenswaard. You can show also there the horse. We see the conformation of the hard surface. And then we see the stallions in the competition. And then we said they are selected to the stallion test, but they have to do also the older stallions a 21-day test. So this stallions did also the 21-day test. Also for the older, we do that. Now we go to the next one, Kelly. Then we go to the dressage stallions. We will show you also the videos of the premium dressage stallions. This year we had 5 premium horses. Total, we selected 44 dressage stallions to the stallion test. 35 were in the full book, 8 in de register E, dus means 43 were registered to the KWPN. Dus that's very important. Dus 1 was not registered to KWPN. You can see on the next one, Kelly. That was one by Vitalis. One was, he was born in Germany, was Vitalis Don Frederico for compliment. You can see new bled with Don Frederico and for compliment for the KWPN. I go to the next one. Then you here see also the predicate of the dams of the dressage stallions. On the left side, you see the predicate from the mares, from the stallions to the second viewing. And on the right side, the mares of the selected ones. You see here also a lot of predicates. Also, elite mare, a lot of mares had elite predicates. You can see 48, 7 the 23 the preferent, 7 prestatie mare, and selected. You can also see a lot with predicates. In Holland, you see at the moment the difference between the jumping mares and the dressage mares. You see the breeders of dressage horses go more to the shows. And the predicates, they like more than the jumping breeders. And the jumping breeders go more for the sport. Now you can go to the next one, Kelly. Then you see here the sport results of the dams from the dressage stallions from last year. On the left side, you can see for the second viewing. And on the right side, you see the sport of the selected stallions. On the left side, you can see here also we had 1 in the second, 1 was in the Grand Prix level, 5 light tour, 1 on the set, 6 sets at licht, and you see it on the right side, the selected ones. You could go to the second one, Kelly. Then you here see the sires with multiple sons in the second. Just Wimpolf, we selected this year 4 sons to the stallion test. They were the first sons of him. We liked them. Painted Black, you know, is an older stallion. He was himself on Grand Prix level. He is also the preferred predicate. We selected also 4 sons from him to the stallion test. Then for Ferrero. For Ferrero is a very young stallion. He had his first sons this year on the stallion show. We had 3 sons selected to the stallion test. On Ferdinand. Ferdinand is by Vivaldi, also 2 ones. Genial 2 ones. Inni Rock 2 ones. And Totilas, we know him, also 2 sons selected to the stallion test. The second one, Kelly. Next one. Then you here see the young stallions who had his first sons on the stallion show. In Style had 2 sons in the second round. Incognito also 2. In the New Rock had 4 sons. Jarville 1 son. J Destino 1 son. Javo 1. Just for You had 1 son. And you can see just Wimpoff, we selected 4 ones to the stallion test, but he had also 10 sons in the second selection. Then you can go to the next one, Kelly. I think one of the last ones, and then we can go to the videos.
Is this the right one?
Oh yeah, you can see the sons from the young stallions who were selected to the stallion test. Incognito had 1 selected. Indian Rock had 2 sons selected. Jarville 1, J Destino 1, Javo 1, and just Wimpoff. We talked also about him. He had 4 sons selected to the stallion test. The next one, Kelly. Then the premium stallions. This year we had 5 ones selected to the premium. We will show them you so by video. We had 1 by Forforero, this young stallion. 1 by Geniaal. It was a very good one. And the mother, the hotline mare, is the sister of Painted Black. Then we had 1 by Governor, Vivaldi. Then 1 by India Rock Winton. And the last one was the Jarville Prestige. But we will show them so on the video. Now in Holland, it's very important at the moment the kinship, dressed stallions. And also the stallion committee takes that to make a good decision. You can see in the first round, 12 stallions are very low, 34 low, 81 were on the average, 110 were average still high, 55 were high, and 5 were very high. And you can see on the end, it's very important to select it. We had 15 with a low average and 5 with a low. This is very important for breeding. Want you know, in Holland, we have a lot of stallions with the bloodlines from Pharaoh, Fleming. Fleming makes Kirksey, Vivaldi, and also with the Jazz. Because this is very important also for the breeders to make in future the good decisions for the mares. But also the stallion committee takes that to make the good decision for selected. Now, then we look to the approved stallions from last year. Last year, there were 49 stallions selected to the stallion test. From the 49 were through to the after curing under the saddle. 18 were started in the stallion test. There was also in October, November, we had the stallion test of the Dirksen stallions. And 10 of the 80 were approved. Dus we had 10 new approved stallions last year. And I think there was for 10 stallions with a lot of quality. Also the rideability, but also horses with good walk, good trot. Were really good horses we selected last year. And last year we had with the jumpers, we had 4 older stallions. With the dresses, we had no older stallions approved for the breeding. Then go to the next one. Now we start with the videos. You start with the jumpers, I think, Kelly.
Okay, so you'll have to bear with me just a second. I have to stop sharing, get the file and share it. So hopefully this won't go too awfully.
Now for the premium, you can start with the videos. I can start. For the premium, we look to the pedigree. We like the premium stallions must have a good pedigree. There's a good father. The dam line must be good. We look to the conformation, but also with jumping, with free jumping. We see them for 2 times. We see them in the first selection in December and the second selection in February. Dus for us, a complete stallion is a premium stallion. And it's also for the dressed stallions. They look to the pedigree, to the dam line, and also to the conformation. and also what you see on the walk, the trot, and the canter. For the dressage stallions, we started last year with the lunging, and also we did this year again. We do that in January between the first and the second selection. He's walking now, Kelly. You see here the first stallion is à la minute, is a son by à la carte. He was a premium stallion. I'll tell you something about the pedigree. À la carte is a son by Apke. À la carte jumps on 160 Grand Prix level. The mother is a preferent prestatiemare by Libero H. We know Libero H. He was jumping on Grand Prix level with Jos Lansing. He won in 1994 the World Cup final in Den Bosch. And then we see in the dam line Capitol 1. Capitol is the father of Indoctro, Cardento, Cumano, Cassini. This is a Holsteiner dam line of this one. There's a lot of sport in the dam line. The mother brought also a Grand Prix horse by Andiamo. She brought 130 horses. Dus you see the pedigree of this horse is very good. And also à la carte. We have no sons of à la carte in Holland is good. À la carte is a horse who jumps on Grand Prix level. And à la carte is by Apke and then Lux Polydor. These are very young horses with a light feet canter. On the first selection, he was good. You can see it here now also. With a good canter. He starts very natural. You see him looking on the fence. After the stallion show, he's also sold in the auction. You can hear he's looking good, front leg is good, in the body is good. And for me, I make the notes from the first selection and the second selection. And he was jumping on the first and the second on the same. He started normal. When the fence were higher and the auction was higher, he was jumping better. You see here, for me also, I started, he's jumping good, normally. And then you see he starts one fold on the fence, and then you see a good reacts. You see behind leg is not good, and he shows also good scope. Technique is good in the body, front leg is good. Oh, he's stopping one time. You see the horse, he's friendly. He has a good head, good eye in the head, good neck. And it is a good 3 years old horse. Here he's looking now. You look at him here. And the canter of this one we like, the light feet, the balance is good. Starting. It's a little bit slowly now with the videos, but this was a good one. Good technique. This can be interesting. This hopefully we see this horse back in the stallion test. But for us, this one can be interesting with the bloodlines. New bloodlines for Holland with à la carte. And we like also Libero in the dam line. Here you see it was very good, eh? Very good technique. Hind leg was good. Good in the body. Hopefully we see him now again. Last time. Last one was really good. And you see it, he started normal. And in the end, he's good. And we like that. That's better than stallion start very good and the end normal with jumping. You see here, that was also good, eh? Good body, front leg good, hind leg was good, good scope. Dus that's the reason. He was jumping very good, conformation was good, and also the pedigree with a good dam line and a Grand Prix father. You see here the name. The name is à la minute set. This means he has a zangersheide paper. Last year we had only premium stallions with a KWPN paper, but last year the committee of the Holland, the board said we had also, when a good horse has no KWPN paper, we can give him also a premium. And that's the reason this horse had a premium. Last year we couldn't do, but this year we did it with 2 stallions with other papers. This one also, and also the For Pleasure. The For Pleasure comes from Belgium and had a Belgian paper from BVP. You see here the slow motion of the horse with jumping. It's good, good body, good technique, and a lot of scope. Here, really good, last time. Scope, technique, complete. You see here the video, when you see at home and you see this one, you see no difference between the Stallion Show and Den Bosch. They made a very, very good job. And a lot of people were happy to see the stallions. Kelly is looking for the second one. The second one will get a premium was a son by Baltic. I tell you something about it. Baltic is a keurhengst in Holland. He jumped on Grand Prix level with James Billington and Jur Freeling. Now we like Baltic. Baltic gives horses with a lot of blood. The mother of this one is a sterk preferring prestatiemare by Colland. Colland, we know he jumped on Grand Prix level with Wout-Jan van der Schans. The Grandam is a national mare. She was on a national mare show. It's a mare by Indoctoro. And then we see in the dam line Nimmerdor, Nabuur, and then the thoroughbred Le Blanc. The dam of this one brought also the Grand Prix horse Cat Ninja by Sirocco Blue. He's jumping on Grand Prix level with the American rider Henrik Kochel. And also full sister of this one is also jumping on 130 classes. This one we like very much with the good conformation. When you see the conformation, it's a stallion. You see a stallion, a horse with a very good neck. We like this, good length in the body. He's very correct in the front leg. The hind leg is very good. But you see also a horse with a good trot. Walk was also good. And the canter is also good, very powerful. This one, I think, was in the first selection maybe better. For us in the first selection, one of the best ones. Complete horse. Horse with a very good conformation. You see here now he's a little bit fresh. You see it also on the tail. That's also with young horses. When they come for one of the first times in a new arena, they are looking and they are a little bit nervous. You see it here a little bit with this one. You see it also, that's the technique is a little bit normal in the beginning, but he's too fresh and a little bit nervous. But you can see he is a very powerful canter. He's jumping above with the body. I like that. Very powerful in the takeoff. And for me, what's very important is the overview with this one. When you see him on the first fence, he's looking to the second one and also the third one. And also what I think he's very careful. Here now, yeah, a little bit fresh, and that's to the technique, but you can see he has a lot of scope. He jumps with a good takeoff and he can jump forwards. And what we like also, the premium stallions must have scope. Well, that's a point we need in future. You know, in the future, the scope is very important, but also very important is light feet canter. They must be light feet. And what's also very important in the future is they must be careful. Waiting and see. This one is also a very good dam line. It's the Ruza dam line. It's a dam line of the north of Holland from the Familie Hazenberg. You see now here a lot of scope he shows. That breeder is breeding for years with this dam line. And he brought also very good horses. Also, the Grand Prix approved stallion Whittinger comes from this dam line. So yeah, it's a good dam line. Also, mare shows, and also the mare test they make good, and also a lot of sport in this dam line. So here the confirmation, very good neck and head, but also you see him here, right? It's a stallion. Sometimes you have horses on the stallion show, you said that's no stallion, that's more a gelding. But this one you see really good stallion, good confirmation, good body. And also the scope was very good of this one. You see it here on the big oxer. Here, a lot of scope. The second one, then we go to the third one with the premium. That was a son by Kohinoor VDL. Kohinoor had 2 years ago his first sons on the stallion show. This year, 3 selected to the second selection. And at the end, we selected 2 ones to the stallion show, to the stallion test. One had a premium, that's this one we will see now. On the first selection, for us, this was one of the best jumpers. The mother of this one is by Carrera VDL. Carrera is Cadento Baloubet. The dam of this one did a good IBOP. The IBOP is the 1-day mare test. The mare had very high points. The total score of 84. And the dam of this one had also 80 points from confirmation. And then in the dam line, you see the stallions Canan. Canan is also for years very high on the BBFSH Saria ranking. Then you see Sandro, and then the Thoroughbred Saros, and then Farm Atelier. It's a very good dam line, comes from the south of Holland. There's Sakili dam line. Also the approved stallion Kalushan comes from this dam line. And also Sargozet from Emil Hendrik. Sargozet was jumping on Grand Prix level, comes from this dam line. We like the confirmation of this one. Also a young horse, a horse with a lot of blades, good neck, good head. On the first selection, for me, Reflex was the best one of this one. The horse showed a good take off. He was very careful, but you can see here also the canter is very good. It's powerful with a good balance. That's also very important for us. You see him here on the left side, now to the right side. He can change from the left hand to the right hand. You can see her here again. There's a good balance in the canter. That was very good of this horse. It was also the second selection and the first selection. You see him here. He's looking. He's be careful. And for us, it's also very important to see the offspring of young stallions. For us, Kohinoor VDL is a young stallion. He's now 8 years old, Kohinoor VDL. He's jumping now 140, 145 classes. And hopefully we see him this year on 150 classes. What you see in Holland last year, a lot of stallions, normally you jumped higher. But with the corona, we had not so much competitions. So that's the reason sometimes normally they jumped already on 150 level, but now they are on 45. And I think that's also the reason Kohinoor VDL is jumping 145. And normally he also jumped 150. But you can see also the horse is jumping with good reflex. For me, is this a horse with a good suppleness in the body. You see it in the walk, the trot, and the canter, and also with jumping. You see it also in the confirmation. When the horse is before you, you see the confirmation, then you see that horse shows a lot of suppleness in the body. And you see it here also. If that's the reason, you look at in the walk and the trot, and you can see it here. You can see here the reflex very good, jumping very quick, good reflex. No, a little bit nervous. That's not a problem for a young horse. Mostly it's the second time they jump in another arena. They will train at home. And then it's very important you have good people in the arena. They help the horse. And they must be quiet. Here, you see here the people, they wait when the horse is quiet. And then you start again. When you have 10 nervous people and they do too much, you see him here now looking. Also a lot of scope he shows for me. Dus for me with jumping, the reflex of this one is very good. Dus the take off, he's very quick in the take off. He's be careful. And also I think, or we think, the stallion committee, that's a horse who shows a lot of scope. Dus for us at the moment, for good jumpers, it's very important. Horses with a light feet canter, good balance in a canter, with good reflex with jumping. Here, this one is good, eh? Now he's a little bit nervous. So you see it a little bit back in the technique. For me, the technique was now the baddest point, but you can see he shows a lot of scope and a good reflex. But also the reflex is very important in future. Eh? You must have horses with a good eye for the French. The overview must be good, but also very be careful. Here was good, eh? Show scope. You see him here on the hand, and then after 5 stallions, they come back in the arena, and then we said to the stallions, they were selected to the presentation at the end of the day, yes or no. Normally we had 7, 8 stallions in a group, but this year, with the corona, we did not more than 5. Sure. Also, the walk and the trot of this one is also good, eh? Very powerful. And that you see back also with the canter and also with jumping. Here, you see it here. A lot of scope, eh? Scope is very good. Here was the 3rd one. Now we go to the 4th one from the jumpers. The number 4 was a son by Erco van het Roosakker. The name is already saying Roosakker. Roosakker is a very famous dam line in Belgium. Come a lot of good jumpers, sport horses of the dam line. Now we had a son by Erco van het Roosakker. Erco jumped on Grand Prix level in 160 classes with Lorenzo De Luca. He's jumping now in USA. The mother of this one was a daughter by Arezzo Fidel. The dam was the number 3 of Holland when she was 3 in the National Mare Show. On the National Mare Show, the dam of this one jumped very great. And we said, after jumping, we say always, that's good, that's not good. And the man jumped on the National Mare Show, and we said, we can't say anything. Everything is perfect. She did very perfect. Now, the dam is by Arezzo Fidel. Then we see the Grand Dam is by Saval Fidel. The Grand Dam had also very high points on the Mare Show when she was 3. The Dam and the Grand Dam had both 90 points for free jumping on the Mare Show. That's very high. Dus that's one of the best one of the age. And then in the dam line, we see Galoubet. Galoubet is the father by Baloubet de Rouet. Then we see Wellington, and then Almee, and then Gotthard. It's also a very good dam line with a lot of sport in the dam line. You see here, this one was starting very high. And I can remember the dam of this one. When she was free jumping, when she was 3, she started also. When some people say he jumps too high, but said the dam was also doing good. It was also here very good technique. He jumps very quick, very good front leg, good in the body. But the front leg and also the reflex of this one is very good. He's jumping so high, you can see here, that you ask what's the scope of this one, but that we can see in the stallion test. With this horse, we want horses of the Roosakker dam line in Holland. This is very nice. We have now a stallion with the father of the Roosakker dam line with the Holland's dam line. See it here, eh? Jumps with very good reflex, good front leg, good in the body, hind leg very good. This is a horse with good reflex, good technique. And also a horse with a good reflex. A good balance in the canter, you can see of this one. You can see a good suppleness, but especially the technique and the reflex are really, really good of this one. And the dam and the grand dam, maybe some of the people can remember this the dam of this one. Maybe I think Bart can remember the dam and the grand dam. Bart give very high points to the dam. She was jumping also very great. You can remember the dam, Bart?
Yes, I do remember. She was very impressive, free jumping. Unbelievable. She was tall, but unbelievable quick. Great reflexes and very scopy.
And the grand dam also, you give points, the Savalmeer part.
Yes, she looked the same actually.
Yeah, and that's nice. Yeah, you can remember the dam and the grand dam. Yeah, now there's a little bit, he jumps so high, but we are happy about this one, especially the dam line, but also the father Erko. Dus we have in Holland no stallions with Roosakker. Dus hopefully we can approve this one. Dus then we have a stallion in Holland with a Roosakker father. Last year's in the full auctions, all foals with the Roosakker dam line were very expensive. Well, that's with the jumpers, when the auctions, the horses with good dam lines are at the moment very expensive. You see it also with embryos, the Dublin jumpers. That's the fourth one. Now we go to the fifth one. That's also a horse. There's also a horse, the next one with an interesting pedigree. The sire of this one is Farfan. Farfan is jumping on 140 level. Farfan was sold in the select sale when he was 3. Farfan is by Cantos Lux Nimedor. And the dam line of Farfan is very good. There's also the dam line of the stallion Lancelot. The dam of this one is very interesting. It's a mare by Fiogo de Prelet. And the dam of this one is also the dam of Zenit. And we know Zenit from Euro Double Dam. He was the European champion and also the world champion. You see a horse with a good active canter, light speed canter, good balance in a canter. On the first selection, we like this horse very, very much. Also the conformation of this one, good length in the body, good neck. Also very correct in the front leg, hind leg very correct. You see it here also again. The canter of this one is really good. We like this one. But in the second selection, in the beginning, he was a little bit nervous. And also interesting of this is the dam is by Fiogo de Prelet. Fiogo is Jalisco. Jalisco is by Almee. And then we see Burggraaf. And then we see the Thoroughbred Mietens. And then the dam of the Mietensmeer is the mare Dante by Voltaire. En Dante jumped on Grand Prix level with Rob Erens. Dus that's interesting. You see a very good dam line and a young stallion by far from. This horse was also in the auction. He sold to Holland. We were happy this one stays in Holland. But we were a little bit afraid that this one was sold to other countries, but we are happy. You see it here on the head. He had some problems with the hostel, with the number on the head. He was a little bit fresh, but we think there's also a horse with a lot of scope. You see it here, huh? You see the number on the head, and that he had some problems with. But that you see it, that is mostly the second time they jump with a number. He's looking very quick. And now you see he's jumping with a better technique. The front leg was good. And very suppleness in the body is this one. In Holland, we said it's an athletic horse. Athletic is suppleness. See it here also on the head. He has some problems with the number on the head. Now we stop the presentation from this one. You see here, now we checked it. And then you see in the end it is better. You see it here, and the number here problems. The card with the number. And now we made it better. And then we wait, and then we start again. And then you can see he jumped better. He's very shy. He started a little bit with it. People are there must be very important. They must be quiet with their horses. And you see it also. I think we must be happy with people like that. They did a very good job for us. This is important, eh? Take the time with the young horses. This one we like most with the canter, light feet canter, good balance in the canter, good reflex. The technique was in the first selection better than in this selection. Just to the premium, we take both of them. We take the points with the first selection. Also now, what we see now. And in the first selection, he was jumping with a better technique, but we can see he shows now also a lot of scope and a good reflex. And also the conformation we like. And for us, it was very important. He's a half brother of the famous horse Zenit. For Holland, Zenit was very important. He won with Jeroen Dubbeldam the World Championship in French and also the European Championship in Aachen. And also he was on the Olympic Games. Good, we go to the last one from of the jumpers, and then we go to the 5 premium dressage horses. Take the last one. The last one is by For Pleasure. Now, we know For Pleasure for years. He was jumping on Grand Prix level. He won 2 times Olympic gold. 1 time with the German team with Lars Nieberg. And also with Marcus Eining. For Pleasure, we like to have a good son of him. And this is a horse with a very good pedigree. The dam of this one jumped on 140 level, international. She's a daughter by Diamante Simile. And the dam of this one is also the full sister of the approved Grand Prix horse, Elvis de Putte. Elvis de Putte is approved in Belgium. And he jumped also on Grand Prix level. This is a horse with a very good pedigree. For Pleasure, Diamant, Darko, Kidam de Revel. Dus all very important stallions. And then you see the horse like this. It's a horse with a good conformation, good head, good neck, good body. And for us, it was very difficult to find a good son of For Pleasure. But hopefully this one, he will come next month in the stallion test. He will do a good stallion test. So hopefully we have a good son of him. And also a horse with a good dam line. A lot of sport in the dam line of this one. With a horse with a good conformation. And also the canter of this one we liked very much. It's very light feet in the canter. And hopefully this stallion will be in Holland for breeding. We like this dam lines. For Diamante Simile is difficult to find a good son in Holland, and For Pleasure also. And now we have a combination For Pleasure, Diamant, and also the good dam line. And this one is also a Belgian paper. Dus he was born in Belgium. Dus last year we couldn't give him the premium, but this year we could do it. The board and also the breeding committee of Holland said last year, when you have a horse with a good other pedigree, dus from other stud books, give them a premium. And this one is also like the à la carte. See here, hij start op zich. First times are normal. Suppleness body. That's a little bit For Pleasure. A lot of For Pleasures are when you see them when they are young with jumping. They are jumping with a normal technique. You see they are, but when it will be higher, they also jump at scope. And a For Pleasure jumps so about the fence. He's jumping not more than necessary. It's really good. Good technique, good front leg, good in the body. You see him here, and a good eye for the fence. When you see him on the first fence, he's looking to the second. He's on the second, he's looking to the next one. And that is what we like. And that's very important for the sport in future. We need horses with a good head, a clever head. We have good riders, but when a horse is in the course, he has to look, he has to think. You see it with this horse. He's doing that. And you see it here, a lot of scope he shows now on the oxen. It was the last one of the premium jumpers. Now, we were very happy about the quality last year, especially horses with good dam lines, a lot of sport in the dam lines this year. but also like fathers like this one. For pleasure, we can select that one. So hopefully they will come in the stallion test, and hopefully you can see them next year on the stallion show in the Bosch when we give the presentation of the new approved stallions. Because we are happy about them. Hopefully you come back next year to Holland and you see them also under the saddle. Kelly, we can go now to the premium dressed stallions. This year we had 5-1 were selected to the premium ring. What we said with the dresses is we saw them on the first selection in November, then the second selection, and between the first and the second one, we had also a longeerdag. Then we see them on the launch, and the information of that day we take also to the decision selected or not selected. This is son by For Ferrero. For Ferrero had this year the first sons on the stallion show. On the first selection, we were also very happy about his sons, and also in the second selection, were horses with a good conformation, good neck, good head, also good in the body, correct in the front legs, and you see it back. I know 3 years ago I saw the first offspring of them, also this one. I saw this one 3 years ago, and there was also a great one 3 years ago when he was born. But you see it back now. He's the canter with a good balance. Now the father For Ferrero. For Ferrero is a young stallion. He's now 7 years old. He's approved in Holland. He did the stallion test in Holland. The dam of this one is a stare by Charmeur. Charmeur, we know, he's now in Canada. Charmeur was on Grand Prix level in Holland. Charmeur is by Florencio Diaz. The grandam of this one is also an elite sport mare. That is very important for us. Mares with a sport predicate is by Vivaldi. And then we see in the dam line Wolfgang. And also we see a lot of sport horses in the dam line of this one. For Ferrero is a son by For Romans, and the dam of For Ferrero is by Don Cruzeiro. Dus For Ferrero is for Holland new bloodlines, and we were happy about the quality of his sons now on the stallion show. This was very great. We give one of his sons a premium, but this one we liked her. Very powerful, in the walk and the trot. You see it here, and front leg is good balance. Just hopefully we see here it's great, great front leg, good balance. Normally I do the linear score from the dressage stallion on the first selection on the hard surface. And for me, is the hard surface very important. You can see the conformation and also what the stallions are doing on the hard surface in the walk and the trot. And that was of the offspring of For Ferrero really good this year. When you saw them on the hard surface and you saw them in the trot, they were powerful. Good hind leg. Elastic. And for us in Holland, it's very important. We have stallions with new bloodlines, and they are breeding also very good. And you see it here with For Ferrero. So we were happy, and hopefully they're doing a good stallion test. And this summer we will see the first daughters of him on the mare show. So they selected 3 sons of him, but really were all 3 good horses with a lot of quality. But then they have to give a decision from, yeah, mostly from the stallion, you want to give them one a premium, not more than one son of them. I see it back in slow motion. Then we go to the second one. It's a son by Geniaal. Geniaal is by Vivaldi and then Biotop. Geniaal was last year on the Stallion show in Den Bosch, and Andreas Henstra was there on Friday night, and he saw him and he bought him. Dus Geniaal is now at the stable from Andreas Henstra. The mother of this one is a daughter by Hotline. Hotline is by Hofraat. Hofraat is by Gribaldi. The granddam of this one is the Mary Litchi. And Litchi is also the dam of the approved stallion painted black. And Litchi is by Pharaoh and an officier. Now the granddam of this horse was also in the sport. She had the sport predicate. Dus for us, this is a horse with a very good pedigree, but also good conformation, good length in the body, big stallion. He was already 172. That's very big for 2.5 years old. He was premium there, and after the stallion test, very shy, he was not in the auction, and he was sold to Mr. Racing. Mr. Racing, we know, he's a big dealer in Holland. He had also the stallion Lowlands, and you know the Iron Spring Farm bought the stallion Lowlands last year. This Lowlands was also doing very well under the saddle. And on the Saturday, with the saddle day, saddle presentation from the young stallions from 5 and 6 years. This is very important. The breeders see also the young stallions. Now you have to make a decision for breeding this year. And it's also very important to see the stallions. But this horse, we were also very happy. A horse with a good pedigree, big stallion, good length in the body, elastic. A horse with a good neck, good forehand. And he's very suppleness in the walker, the trot, and the canter. That was in the first selection, but also in the second one, and also with lunging. And for us, also important, painted black. We liked very much in Holland. He's a really good breeding stallion. That the granddam of this one, here, you see him here? It's great to see horses like this, with a moving like this. Very suppleness in the body, good front leg, powerful. It's very great to see horses like this with the quality of this. Take time when he's done in the, or a little bit nervous. Here, you see him. Yeah, a lot of shy. But hopefully we see him back in the stallion test. Very good balance has this horse for me. Here, it's great, eh? A good, very good mover. Very good canter, good length in the canter, balance good, powerful. See it also, yeah, really good there. For us is also very important, that the good stallions come back in the stallion test, and we can approve them, and they keep for breeding in Holland. Want for years you saw it, a lot of good stallions on the stallion show were all sold to Denmark, Germany, USA. Here you see them back. That's really good. But for us, is a horse with a good walk, good trot, and a good canter. And that's also very important, to take the time in the walk. Horses must not be too nervous. And that's the reason you want to see them in the group. When the horses are together with more horses, with stallions, then it's very important to see the walk again. We go to the next one. That's the son by Governor. Governor we know is the son by Totilas. Governor was the second champion on the stallion show when he was 3. And also he was the second champion on the world championship for young dressage horses. And very interesting is the dam of this one is the mare Vanita. She's a Keur mare. She was on the national mare show when she was 3. She did a very good IBOP. She had 95 points in the IBOP. That's very, very high. And when she was 4, she was winning the Pavo Cup. This is the championship for 4-year-old horses. And she's also the full sister of the approved stallion Desperado. And Desperado we know is the Grand Prix horse from Emily Scholtens. And also the dam is the full sister of Chinook. He's also on Grand Prix level with Patrick van der Meer. Dus this is a horse with a very good pedigree, Governor, and then a dam. And the dam is now doing also good in the sports. She's now doing on Prince and George level. And the dam is a full sister of 2 Grand Prix horses. Dus that's great to see. Dus we will see this one. I think I can remember this ones with Longing. And with Longing, this one was really good. The horse showed a lot of good balance, good technique in the body. For me, with Longing was that one of the best ones. And I hopefully this one will come back in the stallion test, and I think he will be good. With a dam like that, the dam did a good IBOP, did a good. Yeah, this is good, eh? Good balance, good technique. The dam was in the sport, and the breeder of this one, Mr. Teunis Anderweg, is the breeder of this one. Also the handler of this one. He's one of the best handlers of Holland and a very good breeder. The dam of this one is in the sport, and she did 3 times embryo transfer. Dus this one is born by embryo. And Mr. Teunis had mostly the stallions together with the friendly man Atspalek. Atspalek is a very good guy. He has always very good horses. He found the stallion Craxi. He found Vivaldi. At had also the stallion Apache, also the stallion Desperado in Europe. Dus At is always finding good horses. And At has had horses with good conformation. You see it here also, right? Front leg, good balance. In Holland, At has a nose for good horses. Every year he is good. He's nice, eh? The handler is also the breeder. He started breeding with the granddam of this one, the Mary Sarita, and he made a good job. It's great to breed, yeah, 2 Grand Prix horses of 1 mare and a mare, and now this one. You see him here, how he's doing this, and it's a very good. In Holland, they say he's the best handler of Holland. It's great to see here. Good balance, good technique. Now we go to the next one. It's a son by Indian Rock. Indian Rock, we know, is the son by Apache. Indian Rock was the champion on the stallion show when he was 3. The stallion did a good stallion test, and the sport he was good. And Indian Rock is now on Prince and George level. But this year we saw him on the video day here for stallion test with Emily Scholtens, but it was very, very great to see. I think Indian Rock can be a new Grand Prix horse, and maybe we see him on the Olympic Games. It's a really good horse, Indian Rock. And also the offspring is good with good canter, what he was doing also good. The dam of this one is a mare by Winton. Winton is Jess. Winton we know is also sold. It's in Canada. It's a good horse. We like Winton. Good behind leg. It's nice the horses from Canada bought the horse. And it's nice the granddam of this one is a mare by Wolfgang. And after the Wolfgang is the mare Fedora. She's by Ulft. And she's also the dam of the Grand Prix horse Parsival. And also the granddam of Governor. This is a horse with a very good dam line. But Indian Rock, we think can be a new good breeding stallion in Holland. Also, the rideability of Indian Rock is good. But also horses with good walk, good trot, and a really good canter. That is really good of the Indian Rocks. This year, we show you only the premium stallions. But also very important was that Jackie Eckhouse, I don't know if she's looking now, but she had also a stallion on the stallion show last year with the VDL stud. Was the son by Painted Black of the mare Ina Frank, Sonique Don Jufvrouw, and that stallion was also selected to the stallion test. Was also a horse. He did a good job in the second selection. And also the pedigree can be very interesting for Holland. And also Scott Tillman, I saw him today. I was looking, he had a stallion in the second selection, but it was shy. That one was not selected to the stallion test. You see here, very powerful this one. Very powerful hind leg. Good balance. But I think Indian Rock can be very good. Indian Rock is by Apache. He has the blade, the suppleness from Apache, and rideability from Vivaldi. Vivaldi gives very good rideability in Holland. And you see it also back with his offspring and also his sons doing also. Very powerful also. You see it now here also. The handler of this horse is also a very good one. And he's the son of Mr. Teunis Anderweg. The last one you showed was Teunis with his own horse. And this one, I think this guy showed the most stallions this year. He's a handler he's helping a lot of people. This Jordi Anderweg. He's a new good handler. You should hear the balance is good, powerful in the canter. Dus hopefully we see this one also. Then we go to the last one already. Let's see the time. We must look. We have a problem. I had 1 hour, but I think we see now 1.5 hours. I have to talk a little bit quicker. We go to the last one. That's a son by Jarville. Jarville is by Bordeaux. Jarville this year showed his first son on the stallion show. This one we liked also very much. It's a good conformation, good neck, good head, good body. The dam of this one is a mare by Prestige. Prestige is by Sulfano. The grand dam of this one is the Hafridov Highline Ultrason. Wim Casimir is also there. Wim, look also to this stallion. What do you think of this one? There were breeders in Holland. They said we want to use this one for the harness mares. Because I think this one will cover some harness mares this year. And some people like this one. He's a good head here. Very powerful. He's also a fresh horse. In Holland, we heard today from Wim. Wim at harness mares, they cover with the dressage stallions. In Holland, they do it also. Some people try that for experiments, but I spoke with some breeders last week and they asked me some information of this one. And maybe they want to try this stallion for the harness mares. But hopefully they can. You see there, good balance, powerful, nice color. You see there, good front leg. It's also so fresh. It was also with longing today. This one was so fresh. And they said, give him the time and come back here. Very powerful, eh? Front leg good. What says Wim of this horse?
Henk, Wim doesn't have sound on his Zoom, but he says that he thinks the Jarville has a lot of juice in his joints, so he might like bending his joints, and he thinks he will be interesting for crossing to some harness horse mares. He was one of his favorite young stallions, he says.
Yeah, you see him here. It was really good here the last time. But here, you see it. Really good. A lot of breeders are thinking this. Is a lot of harness breeders stop. Yeah.
I'm even sure a lot of harness horses can be jealous on his technique, but also in his action, in his foreleg, in his hindquarter. So could be a nice possibility to do that.
Yeah, you like him also, Fico?
Yes, of course. When I see the movements, when I judge a harness horse, you like to see a lot of knee action like he does. And when he has speed, he also has a very good bending in his joints with a good hind leg. So yes, I think in the color is also very nice, also for a harness horse. Black with 4 whites and a stripe is always interesting.
Yeah.
And I think Wim will agree with that, I'm sure.
Ja, hier. Dus in Holland, ja, dan kun je wel zeggen, Fico, ben je wat aan het experimenteren.
So if they want to experiment with this horse, it's okay, as long as they will make him write him down in the harness horse book, will be great. But
Dit was
Rita
echt
use that for himself, of course.
Hey, we like this one. What I told you in the first selection, we thought we have a normal dress here. It's good. They're really good at this one. We had normal stallions this year, but when we saw the stallions in the second selection, we were very happy also about the. Here, you see this. We were very happy about the dress stallions. Yeah, we are happy, and now we will see them back in the stallion test, and hopefully next year we can approve a lot of good stallions again, also for you. This was the presentation of the stallion show this year. Hopefully you saw a lot of stallions this year online from KWPN TV, and if you want, you can see them also back. If you look on KWPN TV and you know the name of the stallion, you can look and you can find the horse and you can see everything about the stallions. I don't know, are there some questions or remarks? We did a good job this year, or it was not a good job? You can tell everything to us.
Yes, shall we first do the question and answer after your presentation, Henk and Vigon? And is it okay that we then after that do Vigon's presentation? Is that okay with Henk and Vigon and everyone?
Sounds okay for me.
Okay.
Yes, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. So I wrote down some questions during your presentation, Henk. So I will just start with the one that came in first. So Wim Casimir asked if, because you said at the beginning of your presentation that there were more dressage stallions at the curing because they are easier to, test and sell in the beginning when they're still young. But Wim was also wondering if there's not just more dressage horses being bred in the Netherlands than jumpers. So then that's the reason why there are more dressage stallions at the curing.
I had a PowerPoint. I didn't show him today, but in Holland is it so? We bred the jumpers and the dressage is 50-50 in Holland at the moment.
Okay.
And then you have to see there are more jumpers who are registered to other stud books. You see Sangersheide, Belgium, and you see it also with the total score. One with the dressage stallions, there was one with another stud book, and with the jumpers we had more. But at the moment it's still 50-50 with the registration, to the registration of. But with selling a young jumper is difficult. Okay, it's more difficult. You can see a lot of people wants to buy a young horse under the saddle. They want to see the rideability.
Yep.
And with a dressage stallion, you can also see how he's free moving and also a little bit on the launch. And you see it last year's also in the auction, the KWPN Select Sale auction. Then it was easier to sell the dressage stallions than the jumpers. But I think last year on the first selection, there was a lot of business. I think there were sold a lot of horses. When there were a lot of people, they were at home. There were no shows in Holland. Then they said, no, we go on the Click My Horse and KWPN TV. And we want to see the young stallions at Holland. And when a horse was not selected, they looked for the telephone number of the breeder and they called him and they bought him. So there was a lot of business, not at the show, but at home. So hopefully next year we will see.
Wim also wondered what the difference is between the harness or the numbers in breeding for dressage and jumpers compared to North America and the Netherlands. So he was wondering if we know that. Like Kelly, Megan, do you know the numbers? Or if not, we can get back to that later.
I'm sorry, did you just ask about the numbers of how many foals we have over here, dressage and jumpers? I missed it.
Yes, like Wim Casimir is wondering how many dressage horses and jumpers are bred in North America compared to the numbers of dressage horses and jumpers in the Netherlands? Like how much more are bred or less?
A lot more in Holland, obviously, but Kelly would have to look up the numbers. I don't know if she has time to do that right now, or if we'll have to get back to him with that.
Okay.
I'll do that after all of this. I'll run those numbers when all of this is over. I don't want to do too much on my computer.
Okay.
So I don't mess anything up.
But I think our total registrations are what, about 600 a year, Kelly?
Yes, but that includes older horses as well.
Right.
So maybe
So it's even, you can
450
see,
foals. I
Yeah.
have run those numbers and I actually have them in a spreadsheet. I'll pull them up and share them with you guys when the presentations are over.
okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, I have the next question. That's my own question. What generally, that's allowed, right?
Yeah, sure, Liz, we'll let you.
Okay, what generally happens to stallions that were selected, but not like selected for the performance test, but didn't come to the performance test? What is mostly the reason for that, Henk? Do you know that?
No, some stallions are sold for sport, but when you see the big trainers, they start now with riding the horses at home, and then they look what are the best ones, and with the best ones they go to the stallion test. When they are doing normal under the saddle, then they say, yeah, we can go, but they were not approved, or they were approved with not so high points. Then it's then we can better to sell him as a sport horse.
Thank you. Okay, I have another question from Mary. She says, do the levels of kinship classification correlate to inbreeding coefficients?
Wow, that is such a Frisian question. And probably harness horses, much more than riding type, right, guys? Because we don't even track the kinship and the inbreeding and the riding types.
Well, Henk showed in his presentation about the kinship in the dressage horses.
Yeah, I
Right.
show, you have it, Kelly, you can show it again. You have the presentation, Kelly, maybe we can show it. With the jumpers, we have no problem with that. Only the harness, Vicon can tell you about it. And also the dressage, we have a little bit, but
There you go.
here, you see here, the kinship dressage stallions. You see here the average. And you see 100, when you see most of them are a little bit high, more high than low. When you see the three, this in the selection, they take that for a good decision to select them to the stallion test, yes or no. With very high, they selected one this year. And one with a very high, and most of them are around the average. 15 and 16 is 31 around the average, and 5 were low. The 7 and 1 8 were on the high, at high kinship. But when the horses were good, with a good quality and the pedigree is good, then the stallion committee, they said we selected to the stallion test. Dus they take all the points, but they must be good. Must have good quality.
Okay, I hope this answers the question, Mary. Does this answer your question enough? Feel free to unmute yourself if you want to add something to it.
Oh, okay. My question was, so the kinship is an inbreeding assessment?
Yes, or the level of kinship.
So, and is there a number, like an inbreeding coefficient, like high or very high? Are we talking 5%, 10%, 20%?
Okay.
10 is high. Okay. But I don't know exactly, Vigon, you know exactly what the most problems you have to the harness horses. Gigon, you know?
Yes, that's true. They are classified in a few classes, so very low. When I have my presentation, I'll show you a stallion, approved stallion, which has a very low kinship, but I will also talk about a very high kinship. So in the harness horse, it's much smaller population. It's really a problem because our government says, okay, when you start breeding with a horse and you start breeding with a very high kinship, there could be diseases or something can happen, which is a problem for breeding. So that's why the government says, okay, in harness, you have to do something about that because we are afraid that there will be diseases or something else. Maybe smaller foals or anything can happen. So that's why they want us for that. And that's why we are working on that, to stimulate breeders to breed with a low kinship. It's really, in harness, it's really necessary. It's not that bad in dressage, in jumping horse, it's really actually not a problem, but you always have to be aware about that because it's very hard to get lower kinship again. It's much easier to get a higher kinship. And that's what we are warned about by the government. So we have to realize that very good for the future.
Just to clarify, I believe the way I understand it, that an inbreeding coefficient is usually when you look at the inbreeding between a pairing, a stallion and a mare, and what the inbreeding is with them. And then the kinship is when you compare that horse to the entire population, what the inbreeding is compared to the entire population. Is that true?
They say inbreeding is actually bad when it gets more than 1% each year. So actually you have to be around 0.5%. That would be okay for inbreeding.
No, but I think what Megan means, there's a difference between kinship and inbreeding.
That's true. Right. Kinship. That's true. You have compared to the population, to the whole population, or compared to the parents. That are two different things. That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know in the Frisians, they recommend 5% inbreeding or less. Occasionally you'll have a breeder that does higher, but a few years ago, they introduced the kinship factor, and you want to keep that as low as possible. Right now, most of the time, kinship is between 17.5 and maybe as high as 18%. And if you can get it down to like 16.5, that's like amazing. So there are two different things.
There's a little difference because in the Frisians, they note it by different generations.
Right.
For example, they take 5 generations. In harness horse, they take 4 or 6 generations. So there's a difference. So when a 17.5, you can't compare it to a harness horse with 15, for example. So it's a little bit different. But the government always looks at what you deliver at the government, and then someone looks, okay, when it's the more than 1%, you have a problem in the future. When it's below 0.25%, it's only small chance there will go something wrong. So keep it as low as possible. That's the advice, especially for the harness horses.
Will the database ever make it so that you can see what the inbreeding coefficient is if you do a potential breeding?
Yes, we have on the KWPN database. You can, when you are a member, it's also possible, I think, on KWPN-NA database. You can fill in a form for breeding. Then you see the virtual foal out of the combination sire and dam. And there's also written down the kinship of the foal, which still has to be born. So it's also possible to select on that issue.
I've never noticed that in the KWPN database.
I made a presentation for it as well, but it's in Dutch. But maybe next time in English. But it's really good to have that option on the website.
Right, right.
Sorry, I'm copy pasting something for everyone. I hope it works. About that tool. I just looked up the tool online. I have another question from Judy Reggio. She was asking, Henk, what is scope exactly? And what exactly is a good canter? So like she was talking about the jumpers. So when you say this horse has really good scope, like what is technically exactly what you mean? That's her question. Like how high it goes over the jump, or you know, what is
The scope of technique, what do you mean?
no, the scope. She asked like, what do you exactly mean with scope?
Scope, the horse can jump a very big height by oxer. So you must see. Scope is only he can jump forwards. When he's jumping, he's in the takeoff, we take the reflex. But when he's high, he must simple jump a high oxer.
Okay.
Scope is that the horse can jump a very high oxer. So you must see.
So
high
the
and
ability to
a
go
wide.
high. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What her other question was, what exactly is a good canter for a jumping horse? Is that it makes a lot of ground, like it covers a lot of ground, or is it that he uses a lot of knee or not? Like how do you
No.
describe a good canter?
For us, a good canter for a jumping horse is a light feet canter with a good balance and a good technique. And for me, he mustn't have a very long canter. Want in the course it's simple to jump forwards, to go forwards. You must simple in the body. Dus for us a good canter is light feet canter, good balance and powerful.
Okay.
It's not so that you have a horse with a very long canter that we like so much, but in the combination and in the line is simple to have to make a short canter. It's simpler to go forwards than go back. What then you take that costs time.
Yeah.
When in the course at the moment, the time is very important. For years we get from 350 meter per minute, and now they have to jump 400 meter per minute. Dus the time is very important at the moment in a very horse in the course. Dus the time is important.
Okay, and when a horse has a good leg use on the jump, does that mean that he throws his legs up very high when his hind legs when he goes over, or stretches them out or lifts them up? Like what is good hind leg use on the jump?
Open, not under the body. Open.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was her last question. And then I have 3 other questions that are not directly related to your presentation. And because we're running short on time, I want to ask everyone if you agree that we go on now to the next presentation. And then we will...
Tracy Geller told about the airco. Yeah, the airco had very good hind technique. Really good. Was I think the horse with the best hind technique.
Okay.
Open.
So when we look, Judy has to watch the video of the airco stallion to see what good hind leg uses. Okay. So now let's go to Vigon's presentation, right, Megan? Do you agree with that?
Yes. Yes, please. Let's do that. Thank you. And thanks so much, Henk. That was great. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I see you find the right presentation, Kelly. So can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, then I will start with my presentation.
If you don't mind, let me know when to switch to the next screen.
Yes, I will let you know, Kelly.
And we're going to take everybody else's video off, and we're going to mute everybody.
Yes, okay. First of all, I want to tell you that we didn't have our stallion selection at the moment. It will start for the harness horses on the 3rd of April in Ermelo. We will broadcast it live, so hopefully you all want to see the harness horse stallion selection on the 3rd. It's easy to log in through KWPN, so you can see it worldwide. And actually, the way we're going to do that is quite similar to the dressage and jumping stallion selection. So we want to make a big, very nice program for that. And because we didn't have our stallion selection yet, I will tell you a lot about our stallion selection from last year, and for example, also about our approved stallions from 2020, so last year, and that's why where I want to start. On the picture, the front picture, you see Athlete. I'm sure if Bill, Duffy, and Erin are online, they will have a smile at the moment because they bought the stallion Athlete. I'm sure Wim also will have a big smile because he owned Athlete. Athlete got Keur last year because he performed very well in sports and very well in his breeding. So he deserved the Keur predicate, and we are very proud to make a stallion like Athlete Keur. He is exported to the USA. Bill bought him, and we wish him very, very much success with the very good stallion. So that's actually the first sheet. So you can go on to the next one, please. So we had the stallion selection last year in January 2020. It was held in Ermelo. That day we had about 40 stallions, even over 40 stallions, who were presented in the first round. That was a big quantity, so we didn't expect 40, so we were very happy there were 40 stallions presented. In the first round, we always select by conformation and by movement. And just a little bit about the pedigree. From the 40 stallions, we selected 16 stallions for the second round. The second round was held in a boss. I know you've been there, so some of them have seen the horses on these pictures, the gray one and the chestnut. And in the second round, we also look at conformation again, we look at movement again, but we also take a good look at the pedigree. And then we make a decision if we accept a stallion or we don't accept a stallion for the performance test. From those 16 stallions, we invited 10 stallions for the performance test. And the performance test was this year 2 times. The first time was in spring 2020. And in spring 2020, also stallions who were selected a year earlier, so who were selected in 2019, were also allowed to take part in that test. And we had a second performance test, and it was only held a few months ago in autumn 2020. In total, we have approved 5 stallions, and we are very proud of them. You can go to the next one. Then talking about the stallion test or the performance test, we have a selection method. Before the stallions can be accepted in the stables, they have to be presented 2 times in harness. The harness horse committee is there. I'm there also. The one who drives the harness horses is the trainer itself or the owner itself. And we have a chat with them during these presentations, how it's going, and maybe we advise him to do a little bit more or a little bit less for the next time. And then on the starting day of the performance test, they have to be presented a 3rd time, but that's actually only if to see if they are healthy, if they are normal, if they function normal. So it's not, it's only to show us the horses are trainable. Before they enter a stable, a vet check is also required. Of course, the other veterinary checks have to be okay. So roaring has to be okay, semen has to be okay, X-rays have to be okay. Otherwise, he can't be accepted for the performance test. But actually, they have to do that already before the second round selection. Then we have the performance test in spring. It took 50 days. I can remember years ago, it was even 100 days, and most of the stallions weren't broke. So they came there, they were completely green. They knew nothing. It has been changed in a lot of years. And at the moment, in spring 2020, it took 50 days for the performance test. Last year in autumn, it even took 21 days. So that was a new system for the first time. There will also be a new system for the future. In the future, the performance test will only be held in autumn from this year and also autumn next year. That's what they decided at the board. So that's what we're going to do. So you can go to the next one again. Of course, during the performance test, we gave examine points for the stallions. Actually, there are a few ones. Of course, front. Everybody with a harness horse likes front, so it's very important for us. We also examine for posture, also suspension, foreleg action, use of the hind leg. It was nice to see that the riding horse, the black one, foreleg action and the use of the hind leg were very good. Of course, enthusiasm is very important, and workability and trainability. They were examined for the riding horses already a longer time, but for the first time we did it in autumn last year. So that's actually new within the harness horses. And of course, we have an overall impression. And when you see the picture, in this case, it's Macho during a review on a training day. And there's the stallion committee. It's Henk Rootveld, Henk Lasje, Jon Holties, and me. And yeah, you see Robbie van Dijk is driving the horse. Okay, you can go to the next one. First of all, I will talk about you with the approved stallions spring 2020. Both stallions were accepted for the performance test in 2019, but they had to choose to do the performance test in 2019 or in 2020. It's a possibility. Some of the owners say, okay, my stallion is still a little bit too young. I want to wait half a year or 1 year. So I'm sure he will be a little bit stronger. So it would be easier for him during the performance test. So I think it's a good thing, because the horses, the modern horses, get stronger when they get some older. It's a little bit different. Like in the past, the horses were stronger on a younger age, but that has changed. On the photo on the left, you see Lexington. He's approved, and on the right side also. And that's Leffe Blond, two different stallions, but I will tell you some more about them in the next sheets. So we have Lexington. Lexington is a bay with 4 whites and a stripe. He's born in 2016. He has a height of 161. We were talking about kinship. This one has a kinship of 12%, which means classified as average or high. Most of our harness horses are in this classification. So actually we want to lower this classification. That would be nice and would be good for the population. But it always depends on what will be presented on the harness horse selection. When you don't get any harness horses with a low kinship, it's not easy to select on them because they aren't there at the moment. Now Lexington is average developed, but has a great harness type with a lot youth, also a lot of expression. His front is very impressive with a nice vertical neck position, a nice long neck. His withers and shoulder are very well developed. His body direction could be a little bit more uphill, and his backline could be a little bit stronger, but he's still young, so we don't worry about that. His leg quality is correct and very lean, and he has very good hoof. I think it's a really nice stallion with a lot of youth and a lot of expression. So I think a lot of people like them. You can go to the next one. Here you see Lexington during training. I have to click something away in my screen. Lexington is a son of Fantijn. Fantijn is actually a harness horse who is champion in the highest class in the Netherlands. So that's his father. His mother was a national mare with very strong movements. His grandmother brought, for example, the approved stallion Fabuleus. He's a son by Unico. And in his dam line are a lot of predicates and sufficient sport results. Now, when you look at the performance tests and the results for this stallion are very good. I think it's a nice picture as well. You can see a very nice front. That's why we gave him also a 9. So when you get a 9, it really means the horse has a really nice front. His ears are right in front of him, so he enjoys it as well. We see his posture. I think his posture is a 7.5. It's not bad, but it could be better. But I think it's also, when you see him in stand, he could be a little bit more uphill. So his body could be a little bit more uphill. But when you see him in trot, he becomes horizontal. So it means he does something with his body the right way. So that's okay. His suspension with 8 was very good. His action of the foreleg was also very good. We like a harness horse, high stepping harness horse with a lot of action. And the use of hind leg was also very good. As you can see in this picture, he bends his joints in the back quarter very well. Then he also has a lot of enthusiasm, maybe a little bit too much, because sometimes he has a little bit tension. When he saw another stallion or another mare, he was a little bit nervous, but okay, he's still young and he's a stallion, so why not? It will be better in the future, I'm sure. The overall impression was an 8, and we are very glad to get him approved for the harness horse breeding. Okay, then the next one, please. Then we go to Leffe Blond. Leffe Blond was also born in 2016. As you can see, he has more height than Lexington. He's 171. I had the owner on the phone yesterday. He told me, man, he growed again. I think he's maybe 175 at the moment. This is also an example that harness horses, but also riding horses, grow much longer than in the past. So, okay, and his kinship is 11.4. It's also classified as average or high. So it's the same class like Lexington. When you look at the harness horse, you see he's very, very well developed. He has a great rectangular model and body shape, and has a really uphill body direction. And that's what we really like to see. So when you measure the above side of his withers comparing to his croup, there's a big difference. And that's really what we like. It makes it very easy for the horse to move his body more uphill. And that's what we really like at the harness horse. His neck and neck position are also well. And he also has a lot of stallion expression. When you see him in real, it's really a stallion. It's a big stallion, and he looks up like that, and has also a lot of expression in that. His top line is very strong. It's very well connected with very nice loins, also a nice croup, a very nice shoulder, also a nice neck position with a good with good muscles on it, and his withers are really extremely nice. When we look at his fundamentals, so we look at his legs, he has a very nice, very good leg quality, also a correct leg quality, and he has also good hooves. So it's really a impressive stallion. You can go to the next one, Kelly. So this is a picture taken at the training as well. Now what you can see when he stands in front of you, when he moves, he lifts his body. So you can see his withers coming up. So he's really extremely uphill, and that's also something we really like to see. And that's a really good picture to see it on this picture. When we look at his sire and dam line, his sire Delano has very good sport results, and this is his first approved son. His dam Alerose was a national mare. Alerose is a full sister to Fontine. I was talking to Fontine when I showed Lexington. Lexington was sire was Fontine, so the mother of Leffe Blond is a full sister to Fontine. The dam line is very well known and has also a lot of predicates and a lot of sufficient sport results. The dam line is also very important for us, and we see a lot of good horses from this dam line. We were very happy to see him approved in the performance test with very good notes. So the front got an 8.5. Posture was also 8.5. Suspension also 8.5. He has also a lot of balance. His action of the foreleg was really awesome because he has very high lifting power and very much expression in his foreleg. That's why he deserved a 9.5. His use of the hind leg was 8. It's still very good. We believe when he gets older, it will become a little bit better. He also has a lot of enthusiasm, and overall he performed also very well. Okay, the next one, Kelly. Then we go to 3 other approved stallions. They were approved in autumn 2020 during the second performance test. On the left, you see Maximiano INS. INS is actually a stable name. You see it more in the Netherlands at the moment. the right side, you see Magnifique with a nice gray color. And on the right side, you see, right below, you see Macho. And Macho is also sold to the United States, also to Bill Duffy and Erin. But he's still in the Netherlands. I hope we see him, and I'm sure we see him on the stallion selection on the 3rd of April. So we're looking really forward to it. Okay, the next one. Here we see Maximiano. Maximiano has a very interesting pedigree. As you can see, his kinship is very low. It's only 5.6. So that's very low and very interesting for our harness horse population. And that's exactly what the government wants us to do. So if we have a few more stallions with a kinship like this, it will be a great solution, but they still have to be a harness horse because a harness horse is our breeding goal. He was born in 2017. His height is 162. I'm sure in a year he will be a little bit bigger also. Maximiano is average developed. He has an average harness type, but that's not rare because there is a lot of Hackney blood in him. And Hackney is a little bit different than a harness horse type, but if we compare this to a Hackney or to a harness horse, it's actually more harness horse than Hackney, so that's no problem for us. His front is good with a very expressive head. His head is really amazing. And his neck is okay, but comes a little bit deep out of his chest, as you can see on the picture. But that's actually also something which a Hackney has some more. So, okay, that's more often common in the Hackney world. His top line is very strong. He has very good developed withers and also a very good shoulder. He has also a good back line, and what really is amazing is his croup. You can see his croup is very long, also good muscled, but also he also has very lean legs. So his quality in his fundament is really, really good. Also correct, and it's not easy to see on the picture, but his hooves are great also. So we think it's a very nice, stallion with youth and also expression. Okay, you can go to the next one. Here you see a picture during a training at the performance center in Ermelo. He also had nice results, so we gave him for front 8, for posture we gave him a 7.5. He could be a little bit more uphill, but we also believe when he gets older, he will become stronger and it will become even better. His suspension, we gave him an 8 for that. It's normally a Hackney has less suspension, but it was nice to see that this stallion has a lot of suspension, especially because of the lots of Hackney blood in his dam line and in his mother line. Then he had a great action of the foreleg, 8.5. Also his hind leg with a lot of bending in his joints and a lot of power was okay. Also his enthusiasm was 8. Maybe his enthusiasm was a little bit too much because Hackneys are famous for their how can I say, their expression. They always want to deliver. They always want to go, but we had to decide, okay, don't go too fast, get older and get a little bit more tension, or less tension, sorry. So not more tension, a little bit less tension, but we believe in the future he will have less tension. His workability and trainability is also very good, and overall he was very good as well. So we are really, really glad with this stallion. And we heard he has been breeding a lot this year, last year. So we are very curious about his first offspring. Okay, the next one. Then we go to Magnifique. It's literally Magnifique, the same as in English. He's a stallion born in 2016 with a height of 165 and a kinship of 11.5, a little bit lower than the first two, but also classified as average or high. I really like his color. He will get white when he gets older, but okay, he will still be nice. He's very well developed, has also a good rectangular and uphill body shape, and also has a good harness type. His front is good with a good neck position, but his head-neck connection could be a little bit lighter. His withers are very well developed, and his shoulder is also well developed. His backline is also good, but his croup could be a little bit more sloping. It's a little bit flat. When we look at his leg quality, it's also really lean. Only his hind leg is a little bit sickle, but that's usually not a big problem for a harness horse. His dam line is a Keur IBOP mare with a very strong hindquarter, and she was also a national mare. So Elise Keur was a national mare. And in his dam line are sufficient predicates and also sufficient sport results. Yes, the next one. Now here you see a picture again during a training with the harness horse committee. He got nice points as well. So for front 8.5, you can see he has a really nice front. Also, he has a good posture, a very good suspension, and also even a very, very good action of the foreleg. His use of the hind leg 7.5 is good. Could be a little bit better. When you look at the picture, you can see his back has to be a little bit stronger to get some more power from his hindquarters, but still it's okay. Then he has a lot of enthusiasm, and his workability and his trainability was also very good. Overall, we gave him an 8.5, and he was approved, and we are also very glad about him. Okay, you can go to the next one. Then we go to Macho. Macho was born in 2017, has a height of 170. His kinship is 12.4 and is also classified in average till high. I saw Macho not a long time ago. Again, I think he's even grown a little bit bigger, but that's normal for a young stallion. If Aaron is looking, I will say hi to him. And I hope to see Macho soon again. Macho is very well developed. He has a very good harness type and has a very good rectangular body shape with an uphill body direction. He has a lot of youth, a lot of expression, a very nice head, and also good neck position. His top line is very strong with a very nice shoulder with very well developed withers, a good back, and well connected loins. His leg quality is also very lean, correct. He has good hoof, and he also has a long foreleg, and that's also important for us. Okay, go to the next one, please. You see him here on a picture during a training as well. His sire, Indiana, was a wonderful stallion and had great sport results. I'm sure Wim knows everything about Indiana because he owned the sire. He also owned the dam of Indiana. It's Wiekevee. It's a very famous mare with very good sport and curring results. Indiana's dam was very famous. And also, Emone isn't in sports, but that doesn't mean it's not a good dam line. We simply don't know because she wasn't presented in sports. In the dam line are sufficient predicates. And when we look at his performance test, it was really, really awesome from day one. He was also the champion at the stallion curring in Den Bosch. But it was really awesome. He didn't make any wrong step during the whole performance test. He really showed himself as a happy athlete. He was always happy. He was always in good shape. He has always a good mood. He never made one miss during his trot. He has very nice character, a willing character, always has balance. Actually, there was nothing wrong with the stallion. As you can see at the results, they were really awesome. For front, a 9.5. His neck is really made for trotting this way, for showing himself this way. His posture is really wonderful. Suspension is also awesome. He never makes one mistake. He has a very good action of his foreleg. He has a very good use of his hind leg with a lot of bending and a lot of power from his hindquarters. He is very enthusiastic. and his workability and trainability, it even could be a 10. It was really awesome. So overall, we gave him a 9.5, and actually these are the highest points a harness horse ever got on a performance test. So I think the owner again can be very, very glad on this, and we are really curious about his offspring, and we hope he will do fine in the future, and we hope he will stay long enough in the Netherlands, but I'm sure Bill Duffy hopes he will see him in person soon again. Okay. The next one, please. So I only had 15 minutes time to hold my presentation. We're going to watch a few videos about the horses. I can tell you a little bit more about them, but maybe you have some questions at the moment before we start to look at the videos.
Do you want to do the questions first, Vigon? That's fine.
For me, it's no problem. You can do it afterwards as well.
I wrote them down so we can just start.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have too many, but I have a few. I have a question from, let's do Justine question now first. She asks, is posture the same as conformation in the riding type horses? If not, what is the difference?
Conformation is the conformation of the whole horse, but when you look at conformation, posture means actually that a harness horse has to move his withers uphill, so his front of the horse has to go uphill, and his croup, so his hindquarters, has to go down. So you get the picture like a plane going into the sky. That's what we mean with posture, and how more a horse has that, how better it is, and how nicer we like it, how better we like it. So it's really important for a harness horse to have a trot which starts with very powerful hindquarters, and that's only possible when he has the ability to move out of his hindquarters to get his front uphill, and that's what we exactly mean by posture.
So Vigon, could you add like it's the way he holds himself while he's moving?
Yes.
Is that a good description?
He has to present himself like a happy horse. He likes to show to everyone, I'm here, look at me, I'm the best. That's what a harness horse has to do. It's really a show horse.
So it's different from a conformation, like you also judge the conformation of him while standing still, just like you do with the riding type. And
but
then
there's a link between conformation and posture. When you see, for example, this picture, you see a harness horse with an uphill body direction. His withers are much higher than his croup. So when you see this, you know it's easier for the stallion to move with an uphill body direction.
Okay, thank you. I think that will answer Justine's question.
And you can compare it a little bit more with the dressage horses. They like the dressage horses also built uphill, but jumping horses are a little bit different. They don't have to be uphill in body direction, not so much as the harness horses or the dressage horses, because they have another goal, another breeding goal.
Okay, I have another question. Someone is asking, how can we avoid patijn?
How we can avoid patijn?
Yes, she said, is he in all the bloodlines of the harness horses? If we don't want to have him in the bloodlines, how can we do that? Is that a possibility?
Of course, patijn is a preference stallion. He was imported to the United States. He passed away. That's a shame, okay, but it happened. When a popular stallion like Patijn, he was a popular stallion. He won a lot of competitions. He had very good offspring. So it's normal for harness horse breeders. They always want to breed with the champion stallion. So Patijn was actually a champion stallion. He got preference. That says a lot. But it also means he was used a lot for breeding. So there's a lot of Patijn blood in dam lines or in even in sire lines. But when you want to get rid of that, it's yeah, okay. I don't know if it's the right word to get rid of it, because we can be proud to have a stallion like Patijn. But when you want to lower the kinship or inbreeding, it takes some time. It will take some time to get it in the third or fourth generation. The only thing I can say, okay, don't use the stallion anymore with Patijn in it, use another stallion, so it becomes in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th generation. That's actually the only option, I think.
Or you have to breed to a different breed.
Yes, you can also breed, of course, to a dressage horse or a jumping horse. But if you want to stay at a harness horse, you can breed with a harness horse, of course, or with a saddlebred, because a saddlebred is accepted by our KWPN harness horse selection, or by a hackney horse. There, in case in saddlebreds and in hackney horses, there isn't patijn in the bloodline.
Okay.
So there are different options to do.
Okay. I have another question, but it was related to the gelder. So shall we move that to after this?
That's
Or
okay.
Are you happy? You guys happy to answer it? Like
I can try.
there was Henk, you have your hand up. Do you want to ask something? Oh, I don't think you did it. Did you do it on purpose or did you have a question?
What was the question?
No, I see. Oh, it's gone now. I saw that your hand was raised on the screen, but it was probably a mistake. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, but I have a question from someone, and she was asking, sometimes horses get moved to a different breeding direction. That's possible, right? When you see them in occurring and you guys can say, hey, this horse is better in a different breeding direction. And that recently happened with the independent little me, the Gelders stallion that was Gelder's horse of the year, that he was moved by the stallion committee to the Gelders direction while he was first admitted as a dressage horse. So Olivia is wondering, why do judges do that? Like, do you know, she takes him as an example, but where do you look at if you get a stallion and then you think it's going to be better in a different direction? Like, what are the aspects that you decide that on as a committee?
It's actually quite easy to because we have a breeding goal. Dressage horses, jumper horses, gelder, harness horses have different breeding goals. It's really, when you want to see exactly what it means, it's on the website as well. Even includes photos how we judge those horses. And when we see a horse with a conformation that looks more like a harness horse than a dressage horse, it could be much more interesting for the breeder to have it in the harness horse breeding direction than in the jumping horse direction, for example. But that's just why, because we judged on our breeding goal.
And in this case, like with independent Lumi, do you know anything about why they moved him to the Gelders direction instead of the dressage?
I wasn't involved in that, but I can imagine why it happened.
Could you explain to Olivia maybe?
Maybe Henk saw the stallion, I don't know.
Yes, it was more with the confirmation, more gelder than a dressage horse. And also you saw it a little bit back in the walk and the trot. And then they said maybe it's new bloodlines for the gelder and the confirmation is more a gelder's horse. That's the reason. And last year we did it also with a son by Harley Burggraaf. He was in the first selection from the jumpers. And then we said the confirmation, it's more a gelder's horse. And 1 week later, the horse came back and a gelder's horse. And then he was selected to the stallion test. But in the stallion test, they said, no, he's not good enough. But it is possible. We saw it also in 2006. In 2006, we had the riding horse. And from 2006, we separated the riding horses in a jumper and a dressage horse. And the first years, a lot of breeders were looking. I don't know, my horse is a jumper or a dressage. And then we moved them to another direction. But last year's, we don't do it so much anymore. Only sometimes to the gelders that we think, yeah, it can be more a gelder's horse. And sometimes people have a gelder's horse, and then we said it's more a dressage horse. Yeah, it's possible.
And do
it
you
has
also
to do with our breeding goals? Just confirmation, movements. Okay, so actually it's advice to the breeder. They don't have to do that, but it's an advice.
And do you also look at background, like the bloodlines behind those horses, and then you think, hey, looking at where he comes from, he might have certain traits to pass on that really suit the other breeding direction? Like, do you look further than just his conformation? Like, you look at his bloodlines and say, hey, combine this bloodline with this bloodline, he might have specific traits that fit the other direction better. Is that something you do too as a committee, or?
Yeah,
you look also to the bloodlines, yeah, both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In stallion selection, we always do that. It's very important for us. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have for now. So.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
So it's you want to show some videos now, right?
Yep, please.
Each video will take 1 minute, so it won't take very long. Here you see the scoring points again. This was the second one, Kelly. There's one before it. So one sheet, one movie back. I can do them in random order as well. That's no problem. So here you see Leffe Blond again. Yeah, you see the first one on the presentation. It's Lexington, the dark bay. As you can see, he has a very nice foreleg quality. If you have looked at the black stallion in the presentation of Henk, you saw the black stallion, and he has about the same foreleg action. I also said during that presentation, okay, some harness horses could be jealous. And if you can see, it looks almost the same. And that's what we really like with harness horses. Also bending his joints with power. And what we really like about this horse, he has a lot of youth, but also has a lot of front and a lot of expression. Okay, then we see Leffe Blond again, the bigger stallion. So this one, we also believe it's a real stallion with a lot of expression. When you look at this foreleg action, it's even a little bit more than the stallion before. You also see a very good suspension. Also a good bending of his joints. He also has a nice front. And for example, when he changes his speed, you see his withers coming up. On this picture, you can see it very well. And they are really bred to do this. This is what we like to see.
Wim is Magnifique next.
I hear you
Who's
two
next?
times. So this is the gray one, Magnifique, the son of Idol out of an athlete mother. Athlete was also owned by Wim Casimir. You see this horse also has a nice front with a very good foreleg action, also a good suspension. His hind leg, he got, I believe it was a 7.5 for his hind leg action, hind leg power. Could be a little bit more. His hind leg could be a little bit more under his body. It stays a little bit behind, a little bit under his hindquarters. Should be a little bit more to the front, but he will get older, and I'm sure it will get stronger. And this was his test during the final day of the performance test. It was outside in Ermelo. No people were allowed because of Corona. So actually there was not a lot to do around the arena. We see the breeders. It's really I was happy for them. And I'm sure really a lot of people will like his gray color. It's not, it's actually quite rare in the harness horse population. And a lot of people like the gray color. Then we see Maximiano, the one with the very low kinship. So with a lot of Hackney blood inside. When you look at this one, he also has a very good foreleg action. His front is also good. I was talking earlier about his head-neck connection could be a little bit lighter. And what's also nice to see, he has for a stallion with a lot of Hackney in his bloodline, in his pedigree. His suspension looks more like a harness horse than like a Hackney. He has a little bit tension, but as I said before, he will get older and it will be better soon, I'm sure. And these are his breeders. And I think there's only one left at the moment. Yes, this is Macho. So he will be in the USA. I don't know when, but I'm sure he will go to the USA maybe next year. And what you see, also you can see about his tail, he's always happy. He never makes any mistake. He has lots of balance. He's always happy. He's always has a very nice front, a very good foreleg action, very good suspension, very good hind leg action. His posture is very good. So he really deserved these very high points, and I'm sure he will be used a lot by different breeders. And we are curious about his offspring this year. The one who's driving the stallions, it's Demi van Nispen. She always drives on competitions as well, and she always, the past 2 years, she already did the performance test by training the horses. The breeders from Macho, family Arends. On the right side, Chantal van Dijk. A lot of people you know already who Chantal van Dijk is. I think she has been in the United States for a few times. Okay, that were the 5 stallions for accepted last year. So hopefully you will watch the online stallion selection on the 3rd of April. It's possible to see on KWPN TV. And I really hope some of you would buy a harness horse because they are really spectacular. So I hope you will do that. And hopefully I see you again in the United States in September during the Curing Tour. Maybe you have some other questions, or maybe not.
I didn't get anything in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then everything should be clear, I hope.
That was wonderful, Vigon. Thank you.
That was very good. Yeah, we're going to have just a 5-minute break, really quick, and then we'll go on to the special awards. Hopefully everybody can stay tuned. Thank you so much, and we'll see you back in 5. That's, well, I'm at...
Read a message, give Macho a carrot next time you see him. I will.
Yes, there you go. 28 on the hour, 28. Something 28.
5 minutes, right?
Okay. Yeah, 5 minutes.
And everyone can feel free to turn their videos back on so we can see them. They just had to be off when we had videos playing, or else they get too distorted. So we're happy to see everyone's faces again. Please, if you feel like it.
The host has to allow us to put our video on again.
That host.
Oh. Really? People are turning them on their own. Liz, maybe it's just you that we weren't letting.
She was on.
But we want Liz's video on.
There you go.
Is it too early to have wine?
No, not at all.
It's only 3:24 here.
This is usually we're having the awards banquet at this time with the special awards coming out. So go ahead. We're fine.
Yeah, I'm tempted a little bit.
Just pretend we're in some others.
If you don't have to
time
be
zone.
horses, you'll be okay.
Yeah, no, I'll wait a little bit. I'll wait.
Some of us still have chores to do tonight.
Yeah.
Yay, horses.
Uh-oh. Who said they can't turn on their video?
Vim.
Well, Wim, well, we'll turn it right on for you, Wim. We don't want to hold you back. Where are you?
I'm pressing buttons. It doesn't work.
Really?
Well, I'm pressing the presentation or something. I don't know.
I don't know who wants their video on and who doesn't. I'm looking for Wim. I don't see him. Where is he?
Wim is already drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I want to see Scott. I haven't seen Scott in forever.
Where's Scott? Scott, go video.
I just heard him. Oh, there's Wim. Wim's on. I only saw some pictures on Instagram of him painting with his granddaughter. That was adorable.
Yeah, she's a cutie.
She really is cute.
Well, there's Scott.
Yep, there he is.
Is there anybody that wants their video on that can't get it that I can help with?
Wim, are you having a beer? What is that?
He is.
Yes.
Yeah, he
Yes.
can't talk. That's right. We can't hear him for some reason.
Who?
Wim.
Wim has that. Good
Oh, he's out. He's
Yeah, it's because he's out in the boonies. He doesn't have good internet connection.
But he's swilling down the beer.
Yeah.
He's drinking a beer because he saw a lot of harness horses who were breed by Wim.
Those are
And
some.
now he's happy.
So he will smile
And,
2 hours more, I think. Yes. So next time.
I like this being able to see people. This is good.
we go. Nice.
Okay, good to see everyone, and awesome job. Very good.
Oh, look, Willie's not on a horse. He's in a lounge chair.
I don't see him. Oh, there he is.
I don't think I've ever seen Willie get all comfortable like that before. He's
Oh,
usually,
yeah.
all official.
Yeah.
Now that you're retired from the board, you can
I
sit
got
in
a
the
whole
lounge.
time. Yeah.
He's like in heaven here now. No
I
boredom.
know. It's great.
Jeez.
Yeah, no, but great job. Right from the get-go, a good meeting and run good. So very good.
Who knew?
Oh, here, let's see, Janice. Oh, we got to turn Janice on. I haven't seen her in
Okay.
forever. She has cute grandkids too. I got to turn
Yeah.
her on. I like everybody's grandkids. I like seeing them on Facebook and Instagram. It's so fun.
Unmute, Janice.
Where is she?
He's over here.
All right, we'll fix her. Get her
Hi.
jacket.
Hi.
Oh, there he is.
Where is she? Where is she? I don't see her.
Way down there.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Janice. I missed you, Janice.
Oh, my dog thinks everybody's here.
That's because of my screechy voice.
Aha.
Anybody
We have
else need their video on?
Is that the dog? Is that the dog that's black? Is that what dog's barking, or is it?
Yeah,
a
that's
Frenchie?
the black 6-month-old.
Yeah.
Sounds older.
She
She
does.
does.
She has a very deep voice.
Yeah. That's weird. I have Kathy Hickerson on here twice. I have 2 Kathys. Oh wait, now I don't. Okay.
But it doesn't have a video,
Oh, yeah,
right?
it's so confusing. Yes, Kathy, I have 2 icons for Kathy.
I know we should alphabetize or something.
Yeah, it's getting very confusing. I'm glad to see everyone though. This is awesome.
It's actually time to start again, but
Okay.
whenever you want to, Megan.
Well, you're the boss of it now. You tell us
No,
what's
no, no.
next.
The MC is the boss.
Right. So now we're gonna have the MC come on board, and they're gonna do the special awards. I'm sure everybody was waiting for that. So.
So I'm gonna start, and Carly will chime in after. Who's Tracy, by the way?
There she is.
Can you hear me? I'm sure.
Yes, Tracy.
So the first award is going to be the Tony DeGroot Member of the Year Award, and that is sponsored by the Friends of the KWPN-NA. And actually, the recipient is going to be Mr. Willie Arts. And Willie, as everybody knows, has been an integral part of our organization for many years. In 2021, he did step down from the board of directors after a long service to the organization. Willie has helped the KWPN-NA coordinate many contracts and agreements with the Big K and has been an invaluable asset to our organization in many aspects, especially including his work with DG Bar Ranch. So thank you, Willie, and congratulations.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm very honored to be the recipient, and I called Liz. I said, "Oh man, that's hands down for you." I mean, Liz has been very instrumental, I think, this year especially, and so yeah, very honored to receive it, and but also with Liz, and thank Liz for all her work she did this year to renew our outlook at the KWPN-NA, and especially with all the technical stuff she's good at. So I think she's been great at that. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. We couldn't have come as far as we have without you. You've been a fantastic leader and a fantastic volunteer, and I don't know if we can ever thank you enough for all you've done for the KWPN-NA.
It was my pleasure, and will be everything else will continue on. And like I said, I'm very pleased also that Wim is on the board, and it's a new voice, new ideas, and he brings a lot of knowledge and experience in all disciplines. So I think it's good to rotate in the board as well. And so I wish you all the best. And like I said, we're not going anywhere, so everything continue on the same, and we'll keep supporting the KWPN-NA, and wherever I can be of help, I'm available. So thank you again.
Thank you.
All right.
So then our next award is going to be the Performance Horse of the Year, and that is sponsored by Iron Spring Farm. Thank you so much. And I hope I say this horse's name correctly. Suppenkasper, sorry. Breeder is F. Van de Pol, and the owner is Four Winds Farm LLC, ridden by Stefan Peters. And did I say his name right, everybody?
Yeah, Suppenkasper.
Suppenkasper. Thank you, Sandy. Suppenkasper made the most of his 2020 season. The median score in the Grand Prix for Peters and Suppenkasper was 76.149%, making him the USDF Grand Prix Horse of the Year. Among his many previous accolades, Moxie dominated the CDI ring in 2020, winning a staggering 15 CDIs. 11 of those CDIs were consecutive victories in just 2 months. Standing an impressive 18-2 hands, Suppenkasper continues to dominate the Grand Prix ring, taking the KWPN to the top with him. Congratulations.
Great.
And next is our Breeder of the Year. That is sponsored by Casey Dunn. Thank you so much, Casey, for that. And the winner is Sporting Champs Farm, Dr. Carlos and Karen Jimenez. They have been breeding Dutch warmbloods for over 25 years. They are platinum level breeders with multiple elite, preferent, and prestati mares in their breeding program that they manage to those prestigious levels themselves. Their horses have gone on to compete at the highest levels in multiple disciplines, including the hunters, jumpers, and eventing. Some of their horses competing at the top levels today are Monday Beluz, also known as Eros SCF. He is by Baloo Duraway out of a Coriano mare. He was the #1 young jumper champion 6-year-old in the US and is now one of the winningest international hunter derby horses in the US, owned by Don Stewart and Emil Spadone. Carte Blanche SCF Stir, meter 50 Grand Prix horse, Lupicore, Good Times Elite, owned by Amanda Starbuck. Dulce de Leche SCF Sport, Grand Prix jumper, Baloo Duraway, Silvio, owner is Natalie Pedley. Fortuna SCF Sport, 4-star event horse, Baloo Duraway, Consul, Bobby Meyerhoff is the owner. C'est La Vie SCF Sport is also a Grand Prix jumper, another Baloo Duraway, Silvio. Juan Bolanos is the owner. Geronimo SCF Sport, Grand Prix jumper. He is by Verone BDL out of a Silvio mare, owner Diane Halpin. Heartthrob SCF, national champion USDF. She is Jazz Crack C Silvio, and the owner is Elizabeth Carpenter Alwine. Chauvinet SCF, USDF, and regional dressage champion regional junior championship 2020. Rider Megan Tercy, owner Shanna Pace. Cannabisa SCF is currently competing up to the meter 5s. And Love Child SCF is elite IBOP and has her DOC predicate. Congratulations to Sporting Chance Farm.
Congratulations to Sporting Chance Farm. That was well deserved. That's quite an accomplishment. I'm sure you're all bursting at the seams right now.
Is Karen there? Is Karen
I
still
looked through, I didn't see her.
Right about Ryan, he was here earlier.
He was on Facebook.
Maybe Ryan can get his mom to call in and say a few words. Well, we'll see if Karen can connect in.
Maybe she'll join us for happy hour in a little bit.
Yes, that's a great idea.
Right, I'm gonna keep going then. Our Ambassador of the Year award. This doesn't get handed out every year, but when we have a very deserving individual, we add that into our queue. And this year it goes to Lisbeth Van Worden. Liz has quickly become an important name among our members and owners. Her presence on social media and the assistance she has given to our members has been unprecedented. The enthusiasm she has for KWPN horses in North America shines brightly. In 2021, Liz became the new KWPN-NA PR and social media manager and is quickly becoming an integral part of our team. And Liz, I wanted to say personally, thank you for all your help with our sign service auction and getting that Instagram going and all the fun stuff that is out there for us that we are not all adept with. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Yay,
much.
Liz.
Thank you guys. This was totally unexpected. You're very welcome. I'm loving it.
It's hard to surprise you, Liz, because we tell you everything. So I'm glad it was unexpected.
Totally.
Thank you guys. I didn't read this slide, so I really didn't know.
Oh, good.
That was smart. And I think it was adorable that you and Willie both nominated each other for the member of the year.
Oh. Well, thanks to Willie, I'm now working for you guys. So I really thankful for him as well. I'm thankful to all of you. Yep. Thanks so much, guys.
Good job.
Congratulations to all those winners. Now Carly's going to come up and present the next award for us.
So our next award is a new one. We have added a Lifetime Achievement Award. And our first Lifetime Achievement Award is going to go to Michelle Bartlett from Prima. So it's a bit of a long bio, so hang with me here. Michelle's lifelong love affair with horses began not long after she learned to walk. She didn't come from a farming family, but found her vocation and life dream with horses and at the barn, deciding at a young age her destiny was to own and operate a horse farm. Michelle owned several jumpers growing up, competing in Nova Scotia where her family moved after she was born. Michelle moved back to Ontario and bought her first KWPN horse, a gelding, when she was 18. She met Roy shortly thereafter through their mutual love of horses, which turned into a love that would last a lifetime. They started breeding before buying their farm and found a beautiful property that would become Prima Equestrian after their first foal was born. Michelle had a vision right from the start, putting together a plan that would turn the property into a haven, a farm of such beauty that it would be second to none. Michelle had been studying bloodlines for many years and knew that KWPN was the direction she wanted to travel. Recognizing VDL Stud as having the best bloodlines, she called to discuss buying mares, but this call started what would become a family-to-family relationship that is even today still strong. She started acting as the VDL semen agent for Canada, providing great insight on bloodlines to many breeders. Michelle imported many mares, most young, and she worked with them to bring out their potential. All made Star, Cur, and Elite, some of them moving on to be Sport, Preferent, and Prestati. Michelle also kept certain breedings to establish her own lines, which have also reached the highest predicates. Her offspring have been bought by customers in Canada, the US, and the Middle East, Australia, and even imported back to Europe. A measure of the quality Michelle achieved is that most of her customers have come back to buy several more foals and have become friends in the process. There were no regular currings in the area when Michelle started breeding. She attended one in Ontario, then even sent one of her mares to Iron Spring Farm. The mare made cur, and Michelle decided it was time that Prima Equestrian step up and host a regular curring. From 2007, every year a curring has been hosted by Michelle and Roy. In an effort to provide more value to both KWPN members and other local horse people, Michelle reached out to people she knew and put on demonstrations during the curring lunch break, including having Team Canada rider Diane Creech bring her young horses and give a demo of her training techniques. This and other demos were standing room only. She also brought in the only 00 judge in the world at the time, Kara Whittam, to be the announcer. She gave extremely interesting commentary during the inspection and was also a favorite of both participants and spectators. It was important to Michelle that everyone coming to the curring had a great experience and they enjoyed the environment. In 2009, Michelle and Prima Equestrian applied and were selected to host a KWPN-NA educational seminar. Members from New York, Calgary, BC, and the Maritimes attended, along with more local members from Ontario. Even senior veterinarians Michelle knew from the Guelph University Clinic attended. Many of Michelle's customers use words like visionary to describe her. She was often the first breeder to use a stallion in Canada or even North America. She was also extremely talented at matching stallions to mares. This can be seen by the number of first premium foals, North American champions, top 10 Star, Cur, and Elite horses she bred. Michelle and Prima Equestrian became one of the few platinum breeders and were Breeder of the Year in 2016. She also won the Governor General's Cup for top 3-year-old in Canada. Her customers often told her that she was their mentor. They called her often to talk about a mare they were going to buy or breed, a stallion they were considering, or even the process of breeding when they were having a difficult time getting a mare pregnant. Several even had their vets call her to discuss processes, which was quite amazing, even more satisfying when it resulted in a pregnancy and a thank you from breeder and vet. During her busy time renovating and building the farm, establishing and building a breeding operation, and also building a customer base for semen sales, Michelle came up with several better systems for horse sport. She decided to design, build, and produce a better jump cup system with breakaway pins before our current breakaway system and dressage arenas. Once her range of jump cups and breakaway pins had been built, she worked with people like Steve Stevens in the US, EMG, Craig Collins, and John Weir in Canada for proof of concept, which resulted in her products being used in every major equine competition in North America and many globally, including her dressage arenas and cups at the Olympics, Paralympics, Pan Am Games, World Cup events, and on and on. Michelle was a visionary, a mentor, but she was also lightning in a bottle. She was a great conversationalist and would light up any room that she entered. She shared her knowledge freely and kept close with people all around the world who would look to her for advice and encouragement. She mentored one of her barn staff and introduced her to the senior vets at the Guelph University, when she expressed a desire to become a vet. With good grades and Michelle's recommendation, she was accepted into the extremely competitive program and did indeed graduate as a vet and went on to work with horses. Michelle was very proud of her accomplishments, but never took them for granted and was also very humble. All of her accomplishments were made through hard work and dedication to her vision. She was a true individual. She would always want her farm, her horses, advice, and products to speak for her, and they did. They will continue to as long as her memory is kept alive, by those lucky enough to know her. So that is a very nice and touching bio of Michelle. We are heartbroken as the KWPN-NA families who have lost her this year, and our biggest condolences go out to Roy and everyone at Prima. We did want to ask that Michelle did want to keep that her passing and everything private, so that people, we ask you not to share on social media, and please, if you want to express condolences to them, to do so privately through email or direct messaging.
Thank you, Carly. I know that was difficult to read. It was very emotional for all of us who knew Michelle. And Roy, we do all send our condolences to you. And we're very happy to present Michelle Bartlett with the first Lifetime Achievement Award from the KWPN-NA. So thank you from all of us.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, it's a bit emotional, but thank you all for your well wishes. Michelle's presence is still here at Prima, in every room and in the barn, and I'm sure she'll be guiding my decisions for as long as I'm here. Thank you. I think I'll go now. Still here in every room, and I'm sure she will guide my decisions as long as I'm here.
Thank you all. That is the end of our awards, but Karen Jimenez did want to pass on thank you to everybody. She couldn't connect as far as a phone call, just because she, like me, has trouble with technology at sometimes, but she did send messages to say thank you all for the award. So Sandy, back to you.
Okay, well, here's the last slide, I believe. We will be having the 2022 as agreed to by Dan and Gina Rudiger at the Sonnenberg Farm in Oregon. So just everybody be aware that 2022, we better be COVID free for sure. And we'll have our really face-to-face meeting up there. And Dan Rudiger is very, very excited because he says he's had a lot of horses, a lot of great breeders up there. He's got a lot to show. I don't know, Dan, if you're on the line, if you're online. I don't see that he was, so. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining us. What?
Gina and I are here.
Oh, okay, well, if you want to say anything, where are you? Show your video. We need to see you face to face.
Yeah, there's that. Hey, baby, come back in here. Stepped away for a second. Anyway, you guys, we'd love to have you. We don't know what dates or times, but you guys, the Northwest is doing something very special. We've got some great breeders up here, and we look forward to having you all and having all the breeders that are up here be represented here at the farm.
That's great. We really look forward to it.
Yeah.
Put on a big show. And you're in charge of the AGM next year. Yay!
Here we go. Here's my wife. She's much prettier than me.
Where's your video?
I'm working on it. I don't know. Let's just start my video.
So Kelly, can you blow this up or can you just
fail
put
to
this
start?
presentation?
Please select another
Which?
video camera settings. Yeah, it's probably not gonna. I have a virtual private network for work, and so it takes all sorts of weird stuff to get my computer public like this. So sorry, guys.
That's fine. Oops.
Anyway, sorry.
All the way to the end, yeah.
Going. There we go.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, Dan, it'll be about March that we have the meeting. So we'll try to fine tune with you the committee, the existing committee right now, and figure out what the best date is.
Yeah. So Breeders of the Northwest, you guys, we need you. You guys, this is our show up here. Northwest annual meeting. It'll be fun.
Okay, great. All right, so I guess now, hey, Scott Tolman, are you still online?
I am.
Okay, good. Well, we're gonna have our Zoom meeting in the bar party, so everybody go grab a cocktail and come on back, and we'll just display everybody's happy faces and everybody can have a free-for-all talk, okay? Is that okay, Megan?
Oh yeah, you guys go for it.
You better too.
Well, a little bit.
Okay.
Well, thank you all for joining us for the meeting. And I really want to thank Henk, Vegan, Bart, and our other presenters. The MC did a fantastic job. Sandy did
Shut up.
Sandy did an amazing job, and so did the Stallion Committee. I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody because that's just how I roll sometimes. But thanks all for joining us. We were pretty stressed out. Well, maybe Sandy wasn't, but I was.
I was totally stressed out. I couldn't.
No, well, you didn't act it. You're so calm and cool. But I was having like a breakdown every day. But it worked. We did it. So now we can do it again.
Yep.
Hopefully.
And have a educational event. So that'll be good.
I am going to take the after meet the bar or whatever, the after party off of Facebook Live, just in case.
That's good. Yeah, just have everybody's faces out. Okay.
Oh, and a big thank you to Liz, Kelly, and Drew too, because they did so much as well. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anybody. It's just my, brain at my age.
The only person that's been forgotten is you. Thank you, Megan. That was very brave. Very good.
Well, thank you very much.
Great job taking it all on. So
now I've recovered.
Everybody remember the silent auction is next.
Oh,
right.
That's right. Don't take it off yet. Anna. Anna, where are you?
Talk about that.
Talk about that.
The silent auction, we're going to do an online silent auction since we didn't have our normal AGM meeting. So it's going to be on 32 auctions, which is the same site that we ran the Stallion service auction on. The dates are April 2nd through April 11th. So we are soliciting items to put on the auction right now. You can contact myself or Tracy or even Liz, and we'll get those items put out. We have a donation form.
Services also, besides items.
Yes.
All kinds of things.
So we've got some really nice things already in the works. We've got some software subscriptions for the year. We've got a lot of lessons. We have some, jewelry and things like that. But we always can use more awesome stuff. And maybe Scott can paint a picture with his granddaughter. That was a good one. We like that.
Yeah, so the auction, it's already actually up on the 32 auctions, and so we are looking for items to add to it, and it'll help promote. It'll help be used for educational purposes and webinars. So hopefully we'll have a successful auction. But yeah, miss not having it at the AGM because it's always exciting and fun and a lot of work. So,
Thanks for doing it, Anna.
Yeah. Thank you, Anna.
Yes, thank you, Anna and Tracy.
Tracy does most of the input, so she's the one who's really the star on the online stuff.
Good job.
Okay, so we're going off Facebook.
Does anybody have stuff they want to discuss, or do people want to go get drinks first, or is it too early?
Bart, what
Not
time
early
is
for
it?
me.
When is it too
Hi,
early to
I
start?
have to say hi to MJ. I see MJ and Sally and Lisa and Mary Jane, all sorts of people I haven't, and Allison, haven't seen in forever.
Everybody's picture up there. I just have a few across the bottom.
And some
Oh,
new.
you have to move it around probably.
You have to change your view in the.
View up in the right-hand corner, full
Yeah.
screen.
I don't know, view, leave.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a glass of wine, even though it's early. I'll be right
Okay,
back.
there you go.
Yeah,
It's
I
5
better
o'clock
run too.
somewhere.
Oh,
Hey, it's after midday. We can all drink. It's after midday.
Yeah.
Even in the West.
All righty.
Well, bye everyone on Facebook Live. We're going offline now.
God bless.